series today. My name is Isabel Bear. I am the virtual events manager here at Brand Innovators. And we are so thrilled to have one of our most popular summits today, our Women in Marketing Summit. So we're going to be joined by some amazing marketing leaders from Harman International, Anheuser-Busch, Babe Wine, Sam's Club, American Express, and many more. So for our audience members, definitely be sure to ask questions via the Q&A widget and engage with each other through the chat. Feel free to ask any questions to our speakers. So without further ado, we're gonna welcome our first session of the day. So I'm thrilled to introduce Elizabeth Sibor, the Senior Director of Global Marketing for Lifestyle Automotive at Harman International. And this session is going to be moderated by Valerie Vespa, the Vice President of Brand Partnerships and Programmatic Sales at Outfront Media. So welcome to the stage, Valerie and Liz. How are you doing, Valerie?
I'm great. Thanks for having me, Isabel. Good to see you.
Of course, great to see you. And Liz, oh, perfect. We can see you now. Make sure to just unmute when you get a chance. Perfect.
Can you hear me all right? Hello, everyone.
I will hand it over to you, Valerie, and I will be back at the end of the session.
Great. Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Isabel. Hi, Liz. How are you?
Good. How are you, Valerie? Great to see you.
I know. Good to see you, too. I know it's always kind of funky, like dealing with technical difficulties in the beginning. I get like complete anxiety, but I'm glad to see you here and we can begin.
You as well. You as well.
So, for those in the audience who may not know you formally, do you mind sharing a bit about yourself, your career history, and including your current role at Harman?
Sure. So I actually I started my career in finance, working for an aftermarket automotive supplier in Michigan. And then from there quickly transitioned to a product marketing role where I was leading product launches across several different product lines at the time, working with automotive retailers such as AutoZone and O'Reilly Auto Parts. And I actually was doing that close to for 10 years. Expanding into more global role and leading our consumer product expansion into strategic growth regions like China and Brazil and India. And after a while, I knew I needed something fresh, but I also knew that I wanted to be part of something that was consumer facing. I love thinking about products and experiences through the lens of consumers and really wanted to bring that passion to my next role. And coincidentally, I love music and the role that it plays in people's lives every day. So when a customer marketing role for audio partnerships opened up at Harman about 8 years ago now, it was a dream fit. And here we are today. So I've been really fortunate to be able to grow my career within Harman over that time and am now leading our go-to-market marketing within our integrated marketing team. So my team's responsible for consumer, shopper, and product marketing for brands such as JBL, as well as direct to consumer marketing for our automotive collaborations in North America.
That's amazing. I'm always interested in the paths that people weave through to get to where they are today. So thank you for sharing that. I love that it started out in auto and now you kind of had that focus, in your current role, which is great.
Definitely.
So just a little on the personal note, where have you been working from, and tell us how you feel about this work from home?
Yeah. Great question. So I converted a bedroom in our house to an office, which I was actually sharing with my oldest daughter while she was learning from home for the first 6 months of the school year. So she's in second grade, so that was interesting to say the least. Fortunately, we both had our JBL noise canceling headphones, so we can block each other out. So that worked out okay. But I think now that my kids are back in school, I really appreciate the flexibility of a home office and kind of leveraging that time that would have been spent on the road and commuting to and from the office to just be more efficient in my workday. Definitely miss seeing my coworkers and those hallway conversations.
So are you in Connecticut or?
No, I'm in Michigan. So outside of Detroit, Harman has an office here in Novi, Michigan. So that's my home office. Yeah.
Amazing.
Well, my not home office.
Oh, nice. All right, great. So I'm actually in Brooklyn right now, and so excuse if there are
Nice.
random sounds because it does get a little noisy here. um,
Always, yes.
so you shared with me almost 2 months ago, you took on a new larger role within Harman, which is very exciting. Congratulations. Can you please share with the audience a bit about those changes and your increased responsibility and how that sort of had to make you think differently about your role?
Yeah, so like you said, about 2 months ago, took on a new role within Harman. So previously, I was leading marketing for our audio collaborations in the automotive space. So bringing to life partnerships like JBL and Toyota, Rebel and Lincoln, AKG and Cadillac, just as a few examples. And then recently made the shift from marketing for our automotive partnerships to also lead product and shopper marketing within our consumer lifestyle business. So now responsible for leading our JBL product launches and supporting our retail and e-tail partners such as Best Buy, Target, Amazon, Walmart, and several others. And so I think while the businesses and the go-to-market strategies are significantly different between these worlds, I think that there is a lot of overlap in thinking about our omni-channel support from a holistic perspective, right? So regardless of where a consumer is in their shopper journey, whether they're shopping for a new car or shopping for a new pair of headphones, we want to make sure that how a consumer experiences our brand consistent throughout that experience. Now, of course, the creative can and should be tailored for the medium, but the message should be consistent. So that's a big objective of ours as we go forward.
I mean, honestly, we didn't maybe talk about this earlier, but whenever I think about Harman, I just think about the design elements from like both a consumer perspective and an auto perspective. Like when I'm in a car that has Harman speakers, like it's such a different look and feel. I feel like it becomes a very center focal point of like sleek, slick. I'm sure that's the goal.
Yeah, I love to hear that. That's great. That is the goal.
So let's see here. When we spoke, you had actually discussed that you do have a very large yet integrated team comprised of creatives, brand managers, integrated marketers. So how have you found communication during this time? Like what are sort of the ways in which you found the most effective to communicate and make all, these massive decisions that you've had to make over the past year?
Yeah, so I think it's challenging in a virtual environment, right? I think there's a lot to be said for the ability to be in a room and collaborate together and having the space on the white walls and things like that to brainstorm new ideas. But one thing that's been really, I think, helpful within Harman is that within our Harman's marketing organization, we recently created an integrated marketing team. So this integrated marketing team spans across 3 divisions between our automotive, consumer lifestyle, and our professional audio divisions. So now as we have conversations, we're having organic conversations actually across these teams to a level that we've never had before. So as a result, I mean, we're discovering go-to-market synergies, collaborative activation opportunities, and natural efficiencies in a way that it's really exciting. I think it gives me a lot of hope and excitement for the year ahead and bringing some of these efficiencies and synergies to life across the business.
I would think that it totally streamlines the process too. So that's great.
Absolutely.
So obviously, Harman has had a lot of success this past year, which is great to hear. I always love to hear about brands that have been able to get through this very disruptive time in a positive way. So in that same vein, brand messaging wasn't as much of an issue, and how to kind of project that brand message. So what do you think the key is to successfully brand messaging during such uncertain sort of disruptive times?
That's a great question. I think, honestly, I think regardless of the time, I think it's important for brands to be authentic to who they are. And then when moments of disruption come up, I think you'll continue to shine and break through. But we talk a lot with our consumer insights and brand management teams internally about the timeless truth of our brand versus its timely expression, right? So who JBL is at its core and why it exists doesn't change over the course of 3 to 5 years. We stay true to who we are, at the core. But how JBL comes to life and is expressed in a way that resonates with where culture is and where it's going evolves over time, right? I think the way that we express our brand needs to continue to evolve at the speed of culture. And I think we'll see that a lot with brands, especially as we go forward and emerging consumer segments like Gen Z continue to grow and really challenge brands to speak to them in a way that truly resonates. And I think that authenticity is important with our automotive partnerships as well. So if I just kind of go back to the automotive space for a second, as we enter new audio collaborations with automakers, we go through extensive brand fit studies. So ensuring that the right audio brand within the Harman portfolio is matched with the right automaker. So we look at the audio brand positioning, the automaker's brand positioning, and that target consumer base. And it's often a 2 to 3 year process that we're going through in the insights and the research and the brand fit process here. But at the end of the day, I think it allows us to bring partnerships to life in a way that is authentic and true to itself and really resonates with the end consumer. And I can give you an example, I guess, of one that's in market today within this space. So one example I'll give is our Revel Audio collaboration with Lincoln. So Lincoln's positioning is all about creating a sanctuary inside the vehicle cabin. An audio brand that is all about living life out loud and bold and loud would never have been a good fit. So we went through a 2-year brand fit study and process with them. And the result was actually the Revel audio experience that you see inside Lincoln vehicles today, that collaboration coming to life in a way that's really warm, natural, and immersive in terms of the listening experience as well as the brand communications. So it isn't about boomy bass or loud volumes, even though the system is capable of that, because that's not who Revel is, and that's not who Lincoln is, and that would obviously then never resonate with a Lincoln shopper.
That's terrific. So in these partnerships, it's not sort of like okay, let's discuss this here and be done. I mean, this is like a multi-year sort of partnership that you're engaging in, specifically when it comes to auto, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting.
Yep, definitely.
So in your new role in shopper and consumer marketing, I'm sure you still have a bit of a learning curve. It's a massive new, division to be handling. How are you looking to inject some of those successes you've seen from your auto partnerships into the consumer shopper side?
Yeah, another great question. So I think there's always, hopefully for me, I think there will always be a learning curve with what I'm working on, because it means that I'm surrounded by a lot of really smart people around me. And that's, I think, exciting and invigorating. And it's definitely the case here. So yes, certainly some learning curves shifting from automotive back to consumer retail. But I think the piece that's critically important across any product or product portfolio or offering is the importance of understanding the consumer journey for your product, right? So we do a lot of path to purchase research in partnership with our consumer insights team. And that path to purchase insight really enables us to set the right go-to-market strategy with all of our partners. So whether it's automotive or consumer retail, we're able to deliver and hit consumers or communicate with consumers in the right places with where they are in that shopper journey. But even within consumer retail, consumer shopping behaviors are different across channels, right? So it's really important that we study the insights and build the right plan for each channel, each specific customer. And I think sometimes, like in 2020, we see those plans accelerated, which was definitely the case with our direct and indirect e-com channels. We all know the acceleration that took place there, but fortunately we were, had a vision already set, especially with our JBL.com channel, and really were able to just press fast forward on it.
That's exciting. I know it's great. It definitely accelerated and exponentially that process of understanding where you need to live in the digital e-com space. So is there any, like, I know you'd mentioned from a consumer standpoint that influencers were important to that, authenticity, that brand authenticity. Can you share some examples of collaborations you've done or ambassadors that you work with that have really been helpful in sharing the benefits of the products? And there was also an amazing event, I think that that you guys had worked on around gaming that maybe you can chat about too.
Yeah, definitely. So we have a great lineup of brand ambassador partnerships, like Candace Parker from the WNBA, Bebe Rexha, who I think, as a singer-songwriter has really been a strong voice in advocating for women and women in music. So she's one that I think you'll see a lot more from JBL as we go forward throughout the year. But just a couple examples of the great team that we have behind us, and there's plenty more behind that. I think, specifically, if we think about gaming and the growth of esports is definitely important to JBL. As we go forward, we're really excited about our lineup of JBL Quantum headphones, or JBL Quantum gaming headphones that we have this year, really strong portfolio. And I think as we think about continuing to expand our brand footprint in gaming, we're going to do that through partnerships like we have with 100 Thieves and ESL to host global gaming tournaments like we did last year with the JBL Quantum Cup. So last year we hosted a 3-day global gaming tournament around the world. So it took place not just in North America, but in Europe and China as well. It's a 3-day global tournament that united pro streamers with fans and casual gamers for the first time in JBL history. So we saw a lot of success with that. Obviously, esports and gaming is continuing to rise. So we see that continuing to be an area of focus for us as well as we go forward.
So is it now happening every year, like in December or something? Is that the plan?
We will see. Yeah, more to come. Stay tuned. I'll say that. Stay tuned.
Very cool. Very cool. I know. I mean, like, when you think about your standard sort of like sports sponsorships, it's really interesting to get into this avenue because it just feels like a totally different world. I was talking to a friend actually, and they said like, it'll be interesting to see what happens to movie theaters once, things open up, and like, maybe that'll be an environment for you to watch live gaming. Like, who knows? Like, it's just, that whole world is very, very interesting. And I'm still sort of unclear with it, although my 10-year-old son loves, Fortnite.
You're not alone. Yeah, no, I think me too. I mean, I think, still trying to kind of uncover those layers of gaming and everything that takes place in esports, because it's different from, I think, anything that we've experienced before, and the engagement side is so strong with viewers and the casual gamers to the professional gamers. I mean, the engagement is so strong. So yeah, I think to your point, it'll be really interesting to see where this goes and how it continues to evolve, I think, into mainstream entertainment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm pretty sure it will. So
yeah,
it's already there. So when there's external partnerships that you have for e-com, can you speak to sort of the internal digital transformation that has led to strong partnerships with the likes of Salesforce, and how you will continue those through this year as well?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I won't go into too many details, but I think innovation is at the center of Harmon from an ethos perspective, right? Innovation runs throughout everything that we do, whether it's engineering, IT, or marketing. Innovation really is part of our ethos. So we're always looking at how we can combine technology ecosystems like Salesforce, Commerce Cloud, and marketing to maximize the business, and I think get closer to the consumer. So I think as we look into 2021, you can expect to see an even stronger focus on e-commerce ecosystems and the marketing support throughout these channels. There's definitely a lot of opportunity there. And while we did a great job accelerating some of our plans last year, I think honestly, we really haven't even begun to scratch the surface of what's possible from a technology perspective. So it's going to be really fascinating to see, I think, everything that we can do in the way that we can evolve messaging for consumers and start to just tailor communications in a more personal way.
Right. I mean, part of that authenticity is staying current, right? And
Absolutely.
that having that sort of regular content update is going to be a challenge for brands, I would think. So let's talk about what you're excited for, as we continue into this new kind of year and whatever it means for us. So from a product perspective, what are you most interested in?
So I think we talked about our JBL Quantum gaming headphones, and I think that's definitely a big focus for us as we go forward. And again, like we talked about the growth of esports and gaming. So I think that's something to keep your eye on from us as we go forward. Our JBL True Wireless headphone offering has never been stronger. Excuse me. It provides a really diverse offering for everybody. So I think, we'll continue to see that grow throughout our retail and e-tail channels. But JBL True Wireless for sure is definitely a growing segment for us.
Those are the ones that get rid of the noise around
They can, yes. Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we have noise canceling, talk through features, voice assistant integration into it. The technology, I think that you can get within them is so great now. Waterproof functionality. It's really is a JBL True Wireless headphone for any use case. As thinking about your day and weekends and everything else.
That's awesome. Very cool. So, and then from like a more channel perspective, like what are you most excited about testing and, working on, maybe from like an e-com partnerships standpoint? I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think from a channel perspective, growth within the direct and really indirect e-com space with our partners is one where I think we have a lot of opportunity in. We think about Amazon and BestBuy.com and Target.com, just the digital ecosystems that exist with these retail partners today is so dynamic. So I think that I'm really excited about what we can do there and how we can continue to grow within those ecosystems. And then I think selfishly, like outside of the business, I think there's still a lot of unknowns from a consumer perspective for this year, right? But I'm really hopeful that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and the music that we love and the artists that we miss will return to stages soon. Really, really looking forward to that day, and can't come soon enough for us, I think.
I know I have a personal, my husband's a booking agent, so he books bands on tour. So I certainly,
yeah, you definitely want that day to come soon.
Yes, beyond just missing live music for sure. So I agree with you on that one.
I mean, it's such an important part of our lives, right? I mean, whether it's every day, just in our home, or kind of balancing our mood, or the social engagement that we miss from going to concerts and seeing live music with our friends. So yeah, I hear you.
Yay. I know. And it does seem to be opening up just by gauging his conversations as of recent. So it feels good. So we do have questions from the audience. So I'm going to weed through some of them here. Um, this is a good one. In what ways does Harmon encourage foster innovation? Are there any best practices?
So I think the practice, honestly, is the openness and willingness across the organization from all divisions to bring new and innovative ideas regardless of your role, right? So I think we do have some, we've done some crowdsourcing innovation things in the past from an IT perspective, right? Where if you had innovation ideas from a technology perspective, you could send those through in a crowdsourcing format and they would get voted on and things like that. But I think even as we just think through like marketing or, any area of the business, anybody that has a really strong idea and concept and that can help support the business, it's fostered in a way through the management teams as well as the executive leadership teams, right? So new ideas are encouraged. I mean, it doesn't matter if you are an intern or, at a senior level. I think that innovative thinking and just the encouragement of it is really fostered throughout the company. So I think it's more of like a management perspective of openness and willingness to hear new ideas, hear new thinking, connecting people. If somebody has a great idea or a technology innovation and maybe you're in marketing and it belongs in an engineering world, then taking that person and setting them up and connecting them to the right people in engineering so that they can share their concepts and ideas and their thinking. There's a lot of cross-pollination that I think takes place within the organization.
And it sounded like from our conversation, you have invested heavily in consumer insights and in regularly trying to understand what the consumer wants. And I guess it's ultimately like, how are we conducting ourselves in a normal day to day, and how can JBL be part of that, right? So the noise cancellation headphones, and I know you mentioned gaming, but then also this sort of like health and wellness, I'm hoping that my new version coming out of COVID will be the one that has been working out more regularly.
Me too. Fingers crossed. I don't know.
Exactly. I'm like, I do like this new, better version of myself. I'm just hoping that it stays that way.
Agreed.
So I like this one. What soft skill do you feel has been the most important in your career growth? I mean, I feel like you had mentioned that sort of constant learning curve, which I really appreciate. And I think with all the things happening around us, it is so important, but maybe you have something else.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think if I just step back and look at it, I'd say probably 2, maybe 3 key things. One is a passion for what you do and an energy. I think anytime you're working on something, and regardless of who you're working on it with, if you can bring passion and energy to it, that it sparks something with everybody else around you, right? So whether you're talking to a customer in a business meeting, or you're talking to a consumer, or you're talking to your colleagues in a meeting, that passion and energy, I think, for what you do is so important. I look for it on my team. I think it's something that has been encouraged in me, and in feedback and things that I've been told that is a positive thing that we bring to the business and the way that we approach our work. So that, I think, one is, because it never gets old either, right? It's always positive and it doesn't get old, and just keeping that spark alive is important. That, and I think within my roles, trying to always look at whether it's a business solution, a brand campaign, a product launch, anything, trying to look at it through the lens of a consumer, always taking that step back. And even if it's, we're prepping for a business meeting and it's a B2B meeting, making sure that we're communicating our products and the solutions in a way that is through the lens of a consumer. And then, obviously then if it is a B2B meeting, weaving in the business priorities that, make sense for your customer at that point too. But just always taking a step back and kind of doing that check of, does this make sense to a consumer, is important. And the last one I'll say, because we keep talking about it and it's really true, is the idea of innovation. So bringing innovative ideas to your work, to business, to strategies, just again, like kind of always just stepping back and while we can be focused on today, always thinking about tomorrow, and being able to set yourself and the business up for success tomorrow as well. So when that time comes, when we need to accelerate solutions, everybody's ready, right? Because we've already done the groundwork. So then it's just a matter of press and go.
Great. So one person asked, did you have a professional mentor early in your career? Maybe it was even in school, perhaps, that helped impact your journey. And if not,
I think so. I had a lot of informal mentors throughout my career, and I think early in my career, when I was in automotive, and back then there weren't as many women around me, and certainly not as many women in leadership positions, which I think is evolving today. So that's a good thing. And so I did have a couple of really strong female managers at the time. And we had some great conversations, and they were conversations that you don't always have with male counterparts, right? It was about looking at things differently, approaching communication differently, and kind of just being realistic with the surroundings around you. So really grateful for that. And then I think within Harman and within my role today, I'm surrounded by so many amazing colleagues, so many great women too that are leading our sports partnerships, our digital and social and media teams, our brand activation teams, and our brand management teams. And I look around and I think we have a lot of side conversations. So even though there isn't a formal mentorship, we have side conversations. We call each other. We talk about like, hey, you want to bounce this question off you? What do you think about this? In a way that I just think is really healthy and really strong, and brings new ideas to the table, and it helps you look at solutions in maybe a way that you wouldn't have before. So keeping that open conversation and dialogue with people around you who aren't necessarily even on your direct team, but in these ancillary positions, I think has been really beneficial.
that's awesome. I know. I totally agree with you. I mean, one of the positives of Zoom and not traveling everywhere is that you can easily just connect with people that are not, in your immediate team, which is really helpful. I agree. So I actually was going to ask you this. So somebody asked it as well. So if you could give your younger self a piece of career advice, what would it be? We're looking at Liz at about 20, 25. Maybe?
Oh man. Yeah. I think be bold, bring passion to everything you do, and fight for innovative ideas.
Nice. Let's see, we've got several other ones here. How do you continue to learn in order to stay on top of things within your role? I think that is a great question.
I ask a lot of questions, a ton of questions, like to the point where my team's probably so sick of all the questions I ask. The people around me are so sick of it. But for me, I think I really have to understand, like I really want to dig in and understand the different layers of the business or of a product. Because I think for me, it allows me to see a full picture, and it's just the way my mind works, right? I really try to look at things holistically and in a very full viewpoint. So I ask a ton of questions.
Nice, nice. Let's see here. We've got another one. So this is sort of your thoughts on someone who I think is, thinking or considering taking a step backward in their career, money-wise.
Mm-hmm.
So financially, it
Yep.
means if it means getting the experience that can significantly pave the way for your marketing career. Did you ever find yourself in this scenario? And if not, what are your thoughts in general?
Yeah, I think it's a very personal question, right? I think everybody has to kind of self-assess where they are in their life, in their career. What are those priorities that you're trying to balance during that time? Where do you want to be in the future? What does that path look like? I think for me, I'm definitely a believer in gaining different experience. Not to say jumping, right? Necessarily like jumping from a role to another role continuously, but gaining different experience in a way that, again, like kind of going back, that allows you to see a business in its totality. I think that is really, really strong. And oftentimes we do look at short-term benefits and short-term gains, but sometimes you have to take a step back from that and look at what are you gaining within your business? Like, what are you gaining within your professional experience? And if you were to jump ahead 5 years, does that experience allow you to get you to where you want to be? And I think if the answer is yes, I think it's really beneficial. I also think it's really invigorating to do different things and to take on new challenges that maybe you haven't done before, or maybe are a little bit scary. I think it kind of, again, like lights that fire within you and sparks new ideas and new thinking. And there's a lot of value to that.
I totally agree. It goes back to that passion, and also like working with an amazing team, like you mentioned, because like feeding off of that fuels your passion, and then that sort of desire for innovation and supporting the business line to grow and exceed goals. So I think it all kind of fits together quite nicely. So just a little rapid fire, because I think we have like 2 minutes left here. So first thing you consume in the AM?
Coffee, always. Should be water, but it's not. It's coffee.
Oh my gosh, I just got like a little espresso pot. I've been making that in the morning. It's really jump starting my day. Your favorite Harman product?
Oh my gosh, that's like asking me to choose my favorite child. It just depends on the day.
Is the most
yeah, I'd have to go with the JBL Tune 225 True Wireless earbuds. I'm wearing them right now. I have them in. I use them every day for conference calls, use them for working out. So I think they're my go-to. Never leave home without them, and never come into my office anymore without them. So
are they like water resistant or waterproof as well?
These ones are not, but we do have some JBL Reflect Mini noise canceling earbuds that are.
Nice. And then last question, what do you have any trips in store as we start to kind of expand our horizons?
Oh, great question. So hopefully the first trip I should take probably is somewhere where I can meet my new team face to face, because we have not had an opportunity to do that yet. But if not, Napa would be a great backup plan.
Oh, that sounds incredible. I'll meet you there.
Me too. That sounds great.
Let's make it happen.
Well, thank you both. Thank you, Valerie and Liz, so much for joining us today and for kicking off today's live cast. That was a really, really great way to do that. And I loved hearing just you answering all of those great audience questions. And I completely understand not being able to choose your favorite Harman product. The headphones are great. So thank you both so much, and hope to have you both back soon.
Liz, it was a pleasure.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You too, Valerie. Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Great. So that was such a great way to kick off today's Women in Marketing livecast. And I'm thrilled to welcome our next session of the day. We have Anna Enriquez, the Global Vice President for Non-Alcoholic Beverages at Anheuser-Busch. Welcome to the stage, Anna. And this session will be moderated by Courtney Kerrigan, who's the Director for the Consulting Services at Newstar. So welcome to the stage also, Courtney. I see you both.
Hello.
Hello.
Both here, see your cameras on, which is great. So Courtney, I'll kind of hand it off to you, and I'll be back at the end.
Great. Hi, Anna.
Good
How's
to
it
see
going?
you,
Yeah,
Courtney.
good to see you.
Great.
How was your
Yeah.
weekend?
It was lovely. I ate
Yeah.
a lot for Easter Sunday,
Yes.
so recovering now. It was a great weekend. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, mine too. Lots of time with family, quality. Some quality, some harder.
Yeah, a lot. I did a lot of virtual time with family, but it was still great.
Yes. Awesome. Okay, great. Well, I guess let's get started. So let's start with your career journey. So can you tell us a little bit about how you made your way to be the Global VP of Non-Alcoholic Beverages at Anheuser-Busch?
Yeah, I'd love to share a little bit of the story. I think I really, and if you look at my LinkedIn, you get a little bit of that, but I really think of my career as kind of, this choose your own adventure book, like those, old books that I used to have where if you flip to this page, the story goes one way. If you flip to the other page, the story goes a different way. And that was really kind of a part of the exploration that I pursued as, early on in my career, really being open to explore a lot of different roles, a lot of different project types, a lot of different functions within the organization. And this was really my way to kind of invest in a growth mindset and really kind of, have a lot of curiosity to kind of get that full perspective. And part of it was, also not really being 100% sure of what I wanted to do, and really kind of giving myself that permission to explore and learn, and then start kind of, narrowing in a bit until I figure out like what it is that I want to do when I grow up, which I think I'm still kind of working on. But the path really started, coming out of college, working in a really small brand consultancy type of role, not prestigious at all. It was in North Carolina, and it was in a way a very startup type of environment. And of course at the time, you're just happy to have your first professional experience. But I think looking back, I think that experience really allowed me to start gaining a much larger breadth of experience than perhaps I would have done if I had gone in, let's say, to a larger, more well-established company. It was a very entrepreneurial startup type of environment. One day, if you had to be the account person, you're the account person. If you had to be the research person, you were the research person. And that type of environment then really pushes you, in a way, it's very uncomfortable and very, especially earlier in your career, but it really pushes you to be able to kind of, understand how different parts of the business works together. So I did that and spent, just about 2 years there, and then went into grad school at Northwestern. After grad school, I went into a large agency, Draft FCB at the time, I think now FCB. I think I have some of my amazing colleagues from there here today as well. And it was a job that really kind of harnessed a lot of my international background, since I've moved around a lot. And I did the strategic planning on the SC Johnson account. And really just learned a ton from the team that I was surrounded with, and also from the client side. I think we had a really unique agency client relationship. We had been their agency for over 50 years. We were very close into the business. And I think I learned a lot from SC Johnson in terms of, consumer goods and team culture and leadership. And I think it was really kind of great to start, even from the agency side, gaining deeper and deeper into like the consumer, package space. And I gained kind of a lot of interest in it, a lot of curiosity. And I wanted to, what if I do go client side, and what if I explore that path, right? So I turned my explore your own adventure book to that page, and ended up being recruited into PepsiCo. I spent about 8 years at PepsiCo. And at PepsiCo, I tried to do as much as I could because it was my first time on the client side. I spent about 4 years of that in Chicago, working on the global juice business. And I did everything from insights to brand management to innovation to strategy, and really kind of always from a global lens. The Chicago office was where the global team sat, and then spent the other half of those 8 years in China, where I moved to Shanghai, and I was kind of operating the Quaker Oats business there. And it was a very transformational experience being in China. I think I walked out of the China experience like 10 years ahead when it comes to leadership. But it was a great way to close my operating gap, because I had a lot of, marketing / global big picture type of roles, but I've never had kind of more of an operating type of BU in the market, day to day, chasing the shipments type of experience.
Wow.
So that really, really helped. And then about 3 years and a half in Shanghai, then moved to New York to join AB InBev as they were kind of building this global Danalk team. But I think the big lessons for me of this journey has been, seeking the new perspectives, taking some risks, and I was listening to the previous talk, and I think it's right. It's a very personal decision, but how do you take risks just to push yourself, focus on the learning first and foremost, and just getting kind of good at being uncomfortable.
Yeah, I love that. I love that openness in your career. I think I agree. It leads to so many new opportunities that maybe you would never have considered for yourself.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So what were your biggest learnings along the way throughout your journey, which has been very exciting, by the way?
Yeah, I think, for me, was always kind of like, it's nerve wracking, but never be afraid to try something even once, just to even discover that you don't like it. I think that's so important. And I remember this was actually something that I did back in college. I took I thought at some point I was going to go into law school, and I took like a pre-law class. And it was like the worst thing. I hated it, but it made me learn. It was a tough class. Like I wasn't able to get into it, but I learned something about myself that was not what I wanted to do. So I think it's really important to, be open to those experiences, even if it is to just learn that you don't want to do it. And then eventually you also have more context about that experience as you eventually have to work with somebody that's in that type of role. I say also, try to be as open to challenging projects. I think, I have a little bit of a reputation for being somebody that takes tough assignments and not necessarily, be nervous. I usually find that, yes, tough assignments are demanding, but I think you learn a ton. And I think there is a general positivity that comes from being somebody that kind of signs up for things that haven't been done before, for things that are like unclear, a little bit fuzzy. And personally, I somebody that enjoy that type of environment where you kind of have to figure out, because we haven't really done this before.
Yeah, well, that actually is a great segue to the next question, which is, so you're at Anheuser-Busch, but you're on the non-alcoholic side. So how did Anheuser-Busch come to develop the non-alcoholic side of their business?
Yeah, I think that links perfectly to this point of, take the weird roles. So we've had as a company this non-alcoholic portfolio actually for many, many years. But it was never managed. We are, a remarkable beer company with a huge history and leadership in beer and alcohol. So the non-alcoholic portfolio was always there, just never really managed in a very centralized, strategic manner. It was kind of always a way to complement the alcohol portfolio, many times a way to drive efficiencies. We had some amazing partners as well. We partner with Pepsi-Cola, with Coca-Cola, with Red Bull. So it's not like necessarily a new portfolio. But as the company started seeing trends around health and wellness, around consumers moderating more their alcohol intake, there's a whole movement around being sober curious. There is kind of this, awakening that the non-alcoholic portfolio actually could play a much more central role in bringing incremental growth for the company. And the company has also a super powerful kind of, mission or purpose, which is to bring people together. And when we talk about bringing people together, it's not just beer people, right? It's how we bring all people together. So realizing kind of we have this portfolio that we could do more with it. All the consumer trends in terms of serving our community, serving, people. This is a very relevant part of the portfolio. We just have not maybe maximized it as much. And linking to our purpose of bringing people together, it made sense the company to pivot and now create a more centralized strategic play for this non-alcoholic portfolio.
Okay, cool. And I think the last time we talked, you mentioned that there was some research around Gen Z that may have had an impact there. How has that research around Gen Z impacted your marketing strategy?
Yeah, I think Gen Z is a generation that's helping us really rethink a lot of the ways that we've been building brands, engaging with people, how they think about the role of product, the causes are so important to them, the role of things like mental health is really important to Gen Z. So all of those aspects, all of the values that Gen Z is bringing, I think has been great provocations for us as a business and for many industries to really rethink many of those aspects. One of the ways we talk about Gen Z, like compared to millennials, which was kind of the FOMO generation, like Gen Z is really the JOMO generation. It's like the joy of missing out. They don't need to be that extreme versus the fear of missing out. So I think there's a lot that we've learned, and they've definitely influenced us in how we are thinking, not only about portfolio, but how do we engage people in a meaningful way.
Yeah, awesome. I love that. So, we talked a little bit about this. I know when you joined, it was a newish team in a very well-established company. How did that change your experience and your approach in your new role?
Yeah, I think this has been a great lesson for me, and I continue to learn through this experience. But when you're chartering such a unique or new space for a company, especially a company that has like such a strong heritage, right, in a specific category, I think there's a whole new level of intentionality that you need to have when you're building that strategy, when you're building the team, because it becomes not only about the work that you do externally to get your products out there, to connect with people, to build the right experiences, but it becomes as important the internal work. So how do we build visibility in the organization? How do you educate the organization that really knows a lot about one space, like in our case beer, to know and be as good as this new space of non-alc? How do you invest in the talent in a unique way? And I think you have to be so intentional about all those aspects, because you kind of have the double work of doing the external work and then doing the internal heavy lifting as well. Some of the questions that I think we as a team, at a global team, but then in working with our teams in the market, ask ourselves is how as a business, knowing that we are non-alc, can we maximize the strengths of the big machine, as we call it, right? Because we are lucky that we operate within such a great company, and how it is that we can maximize that, and how it is that we give back to the machine as well. So as an example, we often talk about like being this unique business. How can we be a lab for experimentation, that then we can try new things that other businesses in the company or other brands in the company can learn from as well. We also talk a lot about like how do we earn our space and visibility within the organization, right? How do we recruit allies and sponsors in the organization? And I think keeping that share of mind for us is really, really important, and it's something that we're very intentional about building. And then we also look for ways that how do we maximize the fact that we are this unique, odd, business in a way to our benefit and to its full potential. We don't see that as a barrier. So we really try to think of the space, that gives us the space to do things differently. And it becomes a massive asset to us as a team. If we look at it from an advantage point of view. This allows us to implement strategies that are very disruptive. This allows us to invest in our talent in different ways. So how it is that you use the fact that you are such a unique part of the business to your advantage, I think that's a big, big part of it.
I love that. I love that idea of contributing back to the organization as well. It's a give and take.
Absolutely.
That's an awesome way to think of it. And what's it like being a woman in the beer industry, which I think is a pretty male dominant industry?
It is, but I actually don't think it is much different than being a woman in most industries, in most male-dominated environments, because all these, they're all governed by a very similar system that is what creates the barriers and challenges for diverse perspectives. And it's not only women, it's LGBTQ, it's Black, Indigenous, and people of color. It's all the different points of views that kind of do face the challenges of operating in a male-dominated space. Recently I've been kind of reflecting. I think a lot of people have watched the interview between Meghan Markle and Oprah, right? And whether you agree with what was shared or not, or whether you believe it or not, whether you question it because of obviously their position of influence and power and wealth that comes with being very famous public people. But what I reflect a lot on the interview is just kind of some of the themes and patterns that she talked about that I think really reflects the experience of women in male-dominated spaces. She talked a lot about having your experience in the organization being dismissed. She talked about not being heard or given a space or a seat at the table to be able to kind of share what your experience has been. She talked about the lack of access to resources that she needed. She talked about kind of the lack of support and in a way sponsorship that to help her kind of navigate what it was to kind of enter this space, being minimized, being kind of invalidated, in her case, both gender and race. So I think, I reflected a lot on that interview because, of course, it's a very unique thing to be entering the royal family. But in a way, a lot of the patterns you see in male-dominated spaces are some of the challenges that are very real for women in many corporations.
Yeah. And so do you have any tips for women or people who are more diverse in marketing who do want to make an impact in a more sort of male-dominant, non-diverse industry?
Yeah. I think for me, the first thing is to really be aware that that's the environment you're navigating, and that's the system and the reality that you're navigating. And that awareness just allows you to be more effective in navigating it, because we all have to do it. So I think that's for me the first thing. The second thing is just being super intentional about building allies, building a network, and becoming ally to others. I think that's really important because it is, like we said, like a give and take, right? And then try, and this is hard, but try to, as much as you can, to not hold back on your potential. And this is something that really, I think, took me some time to get to a place where I really feel like I can maximize it, because that potential is what sets you apart, and it can be very hard to do. But as much as possible, don't hold back on letting our potential come out.
I love that. Okay, great. So just moving on a little bit to the topic of mentorship, which I think is a pretty popular topic for those of us who are women or very diverse and non-diverse industries. Were there any specific lessons that you learned from a mentor of yours that really stuck with you and helped you in your current leadership role that you could share with us today? Yeah.
And actually, also think some of my mentors might be watching us today, and a big thank you to them, because they've invested in me, and I really kind of appreciate their continued investment in me and my success. But I think there's two kind of pieces of advice that I've taken away from a couple of mentors. The first piece of advice is around the more senior that you get in an organization, the more of your time will be put into challenging, difficult situations and problems. When things are going well, your teams are running it, everything is great. They're the ones kind of representing, and they do, a lot of the work and make the success happen. And then you're usually coming in when there's something more challenging happening. And the importance of making sure that you're building your resilience and your stamina to being very effective of managing bad news and managing challenges, so that you're always inspiring our different teams to work through it. And it's something that I never really had stopped to think about until I had a sponsor and a mentor that specifically told me, like, hey, as you're taking this role, really do keep this in mind, because you can get very overwhelmed by it very quickly, but more and more you get brought in to deal when things are not going as well. And to me, it really helped something click in terms of, as I take on, you know, bigger businesses or bigger teams, how do you make sure that you can build that self-resilience, because then you can be more effective for your team and for your business. And actually recently I was watching a TED talk from a ER doctor, and, you know, as a trauma ER doctor, and she was exactly had this point, because basically our ER doctor is dealing with just constant bad, difficult situations coming in. And there was a great learning that was shared that was about like the importance of the triage as a first step, which is their way of ranking, you know, like what's most critical versus least critical, so that they can, you know, spend all their time and energy first on what's the most critical thing, and then work their way down to things that are not life-threatening. And I thought that was just such a good model as you're a senior leader, like triaging, like set, like it's going to be a list of things you have to deal with that are challenging, but triage that, prioritize what's most critical, and build that resilience to just then work through that list.
Yeah, and you just mentioned you mentioned sponsorship. I think you meant to say mentorship, but you had made an interesting point the last time we talked about mentorship versus sponsorship, and especially when it comes to closing the gender gap, or trying to close it, or trying to close the diversity gap as well. Could you share that with us?
Yeah, and let me maybe start by kind of talking about how I see the difference between the both. So mentors to me is someone at any level of the organization that really helps you navigate the organization, or navigate specific areas based on objectives that you have. And they give you perspective and advice on how to kind of tackle certain situations. And I can tell you today, a lot of my team members are my mentors. They based on their different experiences, they give me advice on how I should navigate certain situations. My assistant is one of my mentors. You know, she sometimes sees things that she can give me perspective on how to manage it. And it's really, really important to kind of have those trust relationships. And then I also have more formal mentors, so more senior kind of formal mentors that help me kind of think through different challenges. I think a sponsor is a different thing. A sponsor is really a very senior leader that has influence in an organization and is able to give you exposure, access, and is constantly using their equity and organizational capital to enable your growth. So it's somebody that's kind of opening doors and kind of helping you create a seat at the table. Both are extremely important, and you know, they play different roles, but it's good to know the difference so you can nurture both in different ways. I think what happens with women, and you know, I think it's HBR had a really recent article on this as well, is that they get over mentored and under sponsored. So they get a lot of, you know, coaching programs and a lot of kind of advice and so on, which is all great. But then sometimes there's an under sponsoring that happen. Who is that senior leader that's going to use their equity, organizational capital to open doors, demand that talent kind of gets the exciting projects, get the challenging projects, get the visible projects to be able to open doors for growth. So I think those both are really, really, really important.
Interesting. So sponsorship is more like somebody lending access to you, basically.
Yes.
Opening the door. Got it.
And their influence and their capital is how they are able to do that for you.
Interesting. Okay, great. So what kind of lessons do you focus on with the people that you mentor?
Yeah. It really depends on the person. I think different people are kind of navigating different stages of their career or different kind of paths that they want to move forward. But typically I like to, you know, there's two things I think are very consistent. One is growth. And I don't mean growth as in just kind of climbing the ladder. I mean growth in terms of experience, a growth mindsets, looking at things in a different way. And then I also feel like the role as a mentor is to help with some accountability, right? So making sure that my mentees have clear plans for themselves, that they are expanding as part of that the way they would typically approach different situations, and being that accountability partner that can follow up and say like, hey, we talked, you know, last time we talked about you reaching out to this person to get, like, have you reached out and how did that conversation go? Or if you haven't, why not? Because sometimes you need kind of that type of push. And I think that's the amazing partnership that you can create with mentors. And that's what my mentors do for me as well.
Yeah. Okay, great. Good to know. I'll have to try this a little bit more with my mentees and my mentors as well, hopefully. So, switching gears a little bit, we talk about how in marketing we have a unique platform and a voice that we can use to influence change. So, is there anything that you and your team at AB InBev have done to influence change, whether in terms of access for women or the broader goal of supporting diversity that you're particularly proud of that you could share with us?
Yeah. And I'm really so excited and proud to work with my team around the world. They really are a group of people that are constantly pushing the thinking and leveraging this powerful platform that we have for positive change. And it's been really across the board, from the way we're approaching brand purposes to the ways that we are activating, or even in internal kind of processes. We've really continued to push the thinking and try new approaches to advance that agenda. Well, let me give you a couple examples. We have an amazing team in Colombia, led by Targino, but we have an amazing marketing leader, Juan, and they're really doing an amazing work with one of our brands called Ponimalta, which is a very iconic Colombian brand, creating a platform that tackles both kind of female representation as well as bullying. Because it's a brand that is kind of a family-oriented brand. And they created an amazing platform, because what they learn is that as gaming becomes a bigger and bigger space, that some games are actually not very representative of the gaming population, right? So what they did, for example, is they looked at FIFA, which is the soccer game, and they realized that to create a professional team within FIFA, it could only be a male team. You're not allowed to create a female professional team. So what they did is they kind of try to hack that space and create a female FIFA team themselves, as a way to kind of bring out the fact that why are the professional level teams in FIFA not allowing female representation. Another one of our brands, this time in Brazil, we have an amazing leader there, Pablo, and the marketing team that runs Guaraná brand, which is an iconic soda brand in Brazil, actually created a platform that's dedicated to the female national soccer team. And as you know, soccer is, a big deal in Brazil. Like, we avoid soccer debates at work because it can get heated, but it's the male sports that usually get a lot of sponsorship and funding. And so a lot of the platform that they create is actually to fund the national female soccer team. And the latest campaign is that they were able to use their cans, and it's one of the largest, most iconic Brazilian sodas, to be able to invite other brands to be able to fund the national soccer team. So by doing that, they would then publish the partner brands logo on our cans. So we would have, for example, Guaraná and Burger King, or Guaraná and Natura, which is a big cosmetic company in Brazil. So those people were then getting visibility in our cans, which are all over Brazil, but all the funding and supports going to the national female soccer team. So those are some ways from a brand perspective. But in addition to that, we try to do a lot of things internally to try to support, that representation and that diversity. Whether it's the way that we recruit, or whether it's the way we also look into partners, so marketing partners, for example. We've set for ourselves a requirement that we request diversity data from all of our potential partners as a way to select the best and strongest team, because diversity means performance, and we want the best performing teams working in our business. To the fact that we sponsor different type of groups to be able to gain access to professional experiences. So we're right now sponsoring Marina, who's an amazing student from Brazil, to have an experience with working with our global team. We also support her in learning English so that she can really have like a positive path in growing. So these are all the different ways that we try to kind of use our platform and our resources to be able, and our privilege to be able to give more access.
I love it. It's awesome. So we have a bunch of great questions here. So I'm just going to go ahead and jump in since we're kind of in the QA point. Yeah. So first, Anna, how has your experience and learnings in China framed your approach to your current global role?
Yeah, so I think the China experience for me was transformational, particularly on leadership, and team leadership and people leadership. Because once I moved to China and had to now operate in Chinese, you quickly realize that there's a lot of things you're not able to do yourself. So I couldn't do the basics of going to a store, looking at my shelf sets and trying to see what are the competitors claiming. I couldn't read that. When you feel like a project sometimes is not going the way you need it to, you can, if you're mastering that language, it's very easy for you to just absorb that work or micromanage it and do it yourself. And that was impossible in China. So I think the China lesson for me in terms of leadership is completely shaped and changed my strength as a team leader, to be somebody that's, just because I literally could not do it, I had to learn to be somebody that knows how to ask good questions, that can guide the work, but really empower the team, trust the team, and create an environment where everyone feels like they want to just bring their best to work. So I think that China, there's many things about living in China. I highly recommend anyone to do this. But for me, if there's one thing, was really about kind of changing my leadership and becoming a more effective leader.
Yeah, through collaboration. That's awesome. I love to hear that. That's so let's see, what else do we have here? This is a wonderful conversation. Love the Gen Z JOMO framing. Can Anna tell us about the upcoming NANE communication plans about the mission of bringing all people together? Is there a little more you can share there?
Yeah, so bringing people together is I mentioned AB InBev kind of purpose dream, and then as we kind of look at new spaces, we really pause to think how do we bring all people together? We've only been a team in NALC for about 2 years, so we are in the process now after we set the strategy. For the first time, really organize ourselves as a team, and then worked our way through COVID, because year 2 of the business was the global pandemic, which we're still in today. I think now we are spending a lot of time kind of thinking about how do we talk about this business and our kind of purpose for it in a broader, bigger way. So there's more to come on that. But I think it's really, for us, it's really about kind of, we talk a lot about, wellness as a big pillar of our role. Wellness in a very holistic way, not just physical wellness, but the wellness of my community, of my environment, my mental wellness. And we are a social company due to the nature of our heritage. So we always talk about this notion of how do we celebrate wellness in your way? How do we celebrate the wellness that's right for you? So that's how we're heading with our communication around bringing all people together.
Okay, great. And since you mentioned the pandemic, so how has the pandemic affected your partnerships with other brands? Or has it?
I think the pandemic has really, in a way, brought all of us together. This was kind of a, global humanitarian crisis. And I think we, as an industry, came together. I think as partners, we came together. We worked on, for instance, our brand in Brazil, Guaraná. We were able to use, there's a big, Brazil's going through a very difficult COVID moment right now. And even at the beginning of the pandemic, there's a lot of, protective gear shortage. So instead of using the PT that we use for packaging, we actually use that PT to create face shields to donate to every single member of the healthcare system in Brazil. So, and we did oftentimes a lot of these efforts with our partners, right? So we were constantly thinking as a team, how can we repurpose what we have to be able to support this global humanitarian crisis? So I think it made our relationship stronger. We really came together to have one purpose, was to help us all get through that pandemic.
Great, love it. All right, let's see. We've got another one here. As leaders, you are always developing your abilities. What skills would you like your marketing team to develop this year?
This year, we've been talking about 2 key, topics, many topics, but two that come to mind. One is performance marketing. As we go more digital in our business models, direct to consumer brands, I think performance marketing is something that we are becoming more and more deep in, and becoming a bigger and bigger part of how we want to measure success, and make sure that everything that we are doing has this performance marketing angle in mind, which can be a kind of a bit different than the old, more traditional kind of just brand purpose equity building. And then the second part that I think links a bit to that is full funnel marketing, especially being in a non-alcoholic space where we don't have as much of the sometimes constraints that going direct to consumer that maybe alcohol has. How do we maximize that to really create full funnel experiences for our consumers to make their journey as smooth as possible?
Okay, great. And then I think we have one more here. We have 5 minutes. So let's see. When it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about brand purpose, and how does that impact your approach to marketing?
Yeah, I think brand purpose is, of course, it's been a hot topic for a while. I think consumers are looking to join brands, not just buy brands, right? And I always think about this, like every time, like when I go buy an iPhone, like very rarely do I want to know the functions of the iPhone and all the specs. Like I buy into, the smooth, easy experience that's at the heart of Apple as a brand. I usually just say, like, get me the iPhone that has the maximum storage, because I take a lot of pictures and I don't want to have to be deleting things. But other than that, I don't spend a lot of time thinking about those details. So I think that's where purpose has a big power, because consumers join your brand. They're not just buyers of your brand. And then, how do you make sure that you stay consistent? How do you make sure that you're always putting the consumer first as you're building your purpose? And it evolves over time, but investing in that and investing in that consistency, I think, is key.
Okay, awesome. And then we have one more. What soft skills do you feel have been the most important in your career growth?
That's a great question. I, grew up in a very international, moving around. I've lived in 7 countries, some of it when I was younger, some of it with work. And I think one thing that's, to me, a significant advantage of having that experience, although it was hard at the time, was the ability to be able to connect with people, to really understand where they are coming from, so that you can think about, how can they have an amazing experience in whatever it is that we might be working on. And in my career, I see that I really, whenever I have to work with a new team, I really try to understand, like, how is this a win-win situation? That's something that I feel sometimes we overlook a bit, because we want to get things done. We want to get to the end and deliver and push. But I think I'm always building in, like, how is this a win-win for everyone here, both at a team level, but also at a personal level.
Yeah, awesome. Love it. Isabel, do we have time for a couple quick fire questions?
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead.
Awesome. All right. Ready, Nana?
Yes.
Okay. Morning routine. How do you set your day up for success?
So first thing, actually, my morning routine starts at night. So I'm very intentional about doing gratefulness exercises before bed, because it helps me fall asleep and focus on, good things that happen. And I actually do it with my husband. We do it together. And then the morning is, I drink 1 liter of water before I'm even out of bed. I have to shower, or else I cannot function. I don't wake up if I don't shower. And then spend some time with my dog. So those are the key things.
That sounds like a lovely morning. What was your latest Netflix binge?
I am currently, I'm currently in the QAnon binge. I think that was it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's definitely interesting.
Terrifying.
And it's always good to see kind of, a perspective of a significant sizable group of people, actually, and how they see the world through that. So it's been kind of a good learning, to be frank. And I just started, which actually I don't think it's Netflix, but I just started Billions, which has been more of a fun binge.
Yes, that's on my list too. Awesome. Current book you're reading?
I'm reading a book called Range, which actually was a post and a recommendation. Bill Gates releases, like, the books that he likes to read, and I saw this one. But it's really about kind of learning how breadth of experience can help you become more effective versus just narrowness and depth of experience. So it's been kind of an interesting perspective.
Great. And last one, next place you'd like to visit, assuming, we get to travel soon.
I think, to be honest, I would love to go back to China. It's been 2 years since I moved back. And China moves so fast, and we have such fun memories. So we always talk about, it'd be great to visit China again.
Cool. Awesome. All right. Well, I think are we at time? Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say I would also love to visit China, but for the
Me
first
too.
time. So maybe soon, once we can travel again and everything. But thank you so much, Anna and Courtney, for such a great conversation. I learned so much about the non-alcoholic brand at Anheuser-Busch, which is something I really didn't know too much about before. So it was really great to have you and hear what kind of work you're up to. So thank you
Awesome.
so much
Thank you,
for
Courtney,
joining
so
us
much.
Thank
today.
you,
So
Anna.
great to connect again. And
Yeah,
Isabel,
you
thank
too.
you.
All right.
Thank you, guys. Thank
Bye,
you both.
guys. Thank you.
Great. So that was, such a great fireside chat, and kind of going in, actually a really great transition into our next speakers of the day. So I'm thrilled to welcome Kathleen Brain, who is the Senior Director of Brand Marketing for Babe Wine, also under Anheuser-Busch. And this session will be moderated by Liza Mindell, the Vice President of East Coast Sales for Influential. So welcome to the stage, Kathleen and Liza.
Hello.
Hi, how are you both doing?
Great. How are you?
Good. Kathleen, I'm not sure we can hear you. Let me just test that before I jump.
Oh.
Perfect. Great. I just wanted to double check before I left. Okay, awesome. So Liza, I will hand it off to you, and I will be back at the end.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And yeah, actually, first off, just a thank you to Brand Innovators for hosting us. Love these opportunities. So great to meet Kathleen and get to know a little bit more about her and Babe Wine for sure. And I love your background. So that's awesome. Love it. A quick intro just on my end. I started my media career on the agency side. And then after many, many years, I made the leap over to the publisher platform side. So I'm currently on the partnerships team at Influential, which is one of the largest influencer marketing companies in the space. We are an IBM Watson exclusive partner and have an extremely sophisticated technology and measurement. So we're able to track the consumer journey and deliver real results for brands. So a little bit about my background and where I am. And Kathleen, I'll let you intro yourself, and I'd love to hear a little bit more about your background.
Yeah, hi. So I also started on the agency side. Actually, I've been working in sort of digital agency side, started agency side about 11 or 12 years ago. So right when all the platforms were super, super nascent. And from there, I did a little bit of a stint at a CMS platform, software as a service company. So doing digital strategy there. And then I landed at Samsung. So that was my first sort of brand side role. I was at Samsung for, I guess, almost 5 years, which is crazy. But there I was leading digital specifically for the mobile business and all of their platforms. So that was really, really cool. It was a really formative sort of time for me in my career. And then after that, did a stint at MetLife Financial Services. So really enjoyed doing sort of brand there. And then about a year ago, I landed at Anheuser-Busch in my current role where I lead marketing for the Babe Wine team.
Awesome. Love it. That's I feel like that's such a solid background too. Lots of different experiences, different brands, which I think is super helpful, especially in this world of, marketing. And obviously, so knowing this topic is women in marketing, and obviously how gender equality has really increasingly been at the forefront of everything these days. Would love to just hear a little bit about your experiences either in the past or obviously now at AB when it comes to diversity and inclusion, and anything on that topic.
Yeah, no, of course. I think, for any woman, especially being in marketing for the past sort of, over 10 years, I've seen sort of the differences in how seriously companies have begun to take gender equality as well as sort of D&I initiatives across the board. I've been really lucky. I've had only female bosses and they've all been amazing. So have had an amazing career in that way, really big proponent of sort of female mentorship. I think that's how I've gotten where I've gotten, as being mentored by really strong women who have, decided to help the woman that's next, right? I actually was just texting with my former boss from Samsung right before this call. And she was like, talking to me about some ideas she had for her current role. So, it's nice to have that network of sort of professional women. So I'm a big proponent of that. Specifically AB, we actually have an internal group called Women in Beer, where people can connect, right? I think beer traditionally, when you think about it, very masculine, but AB has really taken to heart, D&I and has been pushing for gender gender equality, gender inclusivity, as well as sort of broader diversity and inclusion initiatives for a while now. So it's really cool to be at a company that's focusing on that, especially at a time like now.
For sure. And that's awesome to hear that. I also was lucky to have like my mentor and my one of my bosses for 10 years who's a woman. And I, to this day, the same thing. I mean, I just had dinner with her last week, like from the agency side. And it's nice to hear that you've had these female role models and bosses and mentors. Cause when I've talked to other people too, that just haven't had that, it is definitely a different experience if you really only sort of had either male bosses. So I love to hear that.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, you said, mentorship is super important. Do you think that now that has played a big role in your career success? Do you, again,
absolutely.
Yeah.
And I essentially from my role at Samsung, when I ended up at MetLife, I think of personal relationships as a really important part of your career, right? I mean, that's how we exist. We're humans. We want to make connections. We want to know people. We want to understand their journeys. I had a mentor at Samsung who actually went over to MetLife, and that was the reason that I went there. She's a really strong woman. She was very, very many levels above me in the Samsung hierarchy, and yet was sort of able to be a mentor to me and give me some of her time, which was really, really valuable. And I think the reason I even ended up at MetLife was sort of on her recommendation and finding a role for myself that was more brand oriented, and those kind of opportunities and journeys. I think having another woman, stick out their neck for you or give you that opportunity is just so important. So it's been really impactful for me. And I've sort of tried to do the same to emulate sort of my mentors in that way as I've sort of become more and more of a senior leader at companies to show people opportunities, to help women grow. And I think sometimes the hard thing is that as a woman, sometimes the right role for someone that you're mentoring might not be on your team anymore, right? Sometimes it might be that they've outgrown where they are. And I think all leaders, all bosses, that's something you have to grapple with. And that's a real important, humbling experience to say, I really want to keep you, but I know that for your growth, you need to go in this direction. And I've been lucky enough to have women who've done that for me. So I try to emulate that behavior as well.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's awesome. And yeah, I think even knowing that and making that pivot or having those conversations, but still being able to be that mentor for some of these people too. I think that's huge, and still being in their lives and in a career type of way. But that's really great to hear. I think I would love to hear a little bit more about Babe Wine, because I'm obviously a huge personal fan of it. I think it's amazing and I love the branding. So if you want to tell us a little bit more about Babe Wine and what your role encompasses there.
Yeah, so I've been at Babe for about a year. Babe is a canned wine. You can see it behind me. Once again, I like to have it up. I like to sit between two giant hands just as but no, Babe is a canned wine. Babe was acquired by AB in 2019, but was actually founded a couple years prior to that by, I don't know if you're familiar with the Instagram influencer, The Fat Jewish, call him Josh, but Josh and David Oliver Cohen and his brother Tanner founded Babe based on a rosé shortage that they noticed in the Hamptons. So they created bottles, but they also created this canned SKU. And really it's the wine sort of that has the occasions of a beer, right? It's portable, it's convenient, but it has that wine taste and that refreshing wine flavor. But you can bring it to the park, you can drink it on a couch, you can have it in your fridge. It's single serve, which was great during the pandemic. Let me tell you, it's like, okay, just one can, not a bottle.
Right. I always struggle with that. I always feel like it's really nice to have the single serving of the wine.
Of course. Yeah. And as you've seen, I mean, I think, when Babe started, there were only a few major players, and the category has really exploded from a canned wine standpoint over the past couple of years as people look for that more convenient solution. And, as younger consumers sort of enter into the wine space and want a wine taste, which is, a classic taste that people really enjoy, but they want more of those different occasions or those experiences that are more social and that allow for more flexibility. So that's kind of Babe's motto. As a brand, we are really all about, making you feel seen. We say we're no bullshit. We're simplicity. Our flavors are rosé, white, red. We're not telling you the top notes and the bottom notes. You don't have to feel sort of excluded by us. And so we're also very inclusive. We talk to a lot of different types of people. I think there's a misconception that Babe's consumer might be predominantly women, but that is not entirely the case. We have a big chunk of men that really enjoy drinking our beverage. There's also older consumers. People think, oh, it's just millennials, but that's not the case as well.
Yeah.
So it's a really inclusive, sort of no bullshit, making you feel seen in kind of your best moments brand. And so that's why I love working there.
I was just gonna say, I feel like rosé too, specifically. I think, most of my male friends, like all my guy friends, like they love rosé. I think rosé has really, really like trajectory of for drinking on the male side has like gone up because I really, they love it.
No, of course. And I think there's definitely, rosé started out as sort of this seasonal thing, and it's become kind of this all year round drink. It's become a much more diverse drink that's drank by various different types of people. And it's interesting because I think there was this conception or this halo of sort of wine as this feminine thing, but actually, if you're at a concert or a venue or a game, soon, we can all go back to that hopefully. But if you're looking for something that's also a bang for your buck solution, wine is a higher ABV and it has, that taste that people really like. So we see a lot of male consumers reaching for it in those situations where they want, they don't necessarily want liquor, but they want something that has a little bit more punch. And Babe is that solution for them.
That's awesome. Yeah. Big fan of it. So, and now obviously looking back on this past sort of year and what the impact it's had, obviously on the world, but I think the impact to it on brands and marketing is multifaceted. Would love to hear just like a little bit more about how it's played a role for Babe. Knowing, again, I think in the beginning of the pandemic on our side, we did some research and obviously alcohol sales sort of skyrocketed, but then there were some issues. Obviously it wasn't in bars and like you just said, concerts and sporting events and things like that. But we did, it was insane how quickly that percentage of alcohol sales went up in the beginning of the pandemic. But would love to hear a little bit of your take on this past year and how it played a role.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually started at Babe right at the beginning of the pandemic, which is a really weird time to start any job. So that was super fun. I think for me, it's funny coming from Samsung and Met. At MetLife, I was more in a brand role, but at Samsung, which was, almost 5 years of my career, I was predominantly digital performance marketing, social oriented. And I thought that the Babe role was going to be much more about BTL and trade and retail. And I was really excited to learn all of that stuff. But, you kind of have, when you're interviewing, you kind of have to be like, I can do this, even though I haven't done this before necessarily. And then I get there and immediately they're like, we need to sell everything online. And I was like, you're in luck because that's actually what I'm the best at. So let's do that. But no, I think it's a couple different ways that we sort of dealt with it from a Babe standpoint, right? Obviously it's a humanitarian crisis. So there's a couple of brand initiatives that we kicked off, but I think the first and the very immediate reaction is there was a really big change in the way consumers were consuming alcohol across the board. So usually people are consuming it, they're buying it at stores, they're buying it in grocery, they're buying it in convenience, but they're also consuming it at venues, bars, restaurants, venues like a sporting venue, concerts, these things that we feel so forward and we can't do anymore. And that immediately took a hit. But what offset it, to your point, was that, we saw a lot of people ordering online. And a lot of people don't know this, but actually wine is unique within the United States in that you can actually sell it direct to consumer. You cannot do that in the same way with beer because of the 3-tier system where it has to be sold through a wholesaler. So we can actually sell our wine DTC. We can also sell it through a lot of these sort of e-commerce platforms that beer uses as well, like a Drizzly or a Minibar, which are sort of a third party that helps facilitate the purchase from a consumer. So we did all of it. We sold it on our website. We really kind of made our website this consumer hub where we had a community built. We sold on Drizzly. We did a lot of Drizzly initiatives. We worked with Minibar, there's GoPuff. There's just all these new platforms that have really sprung up because people's behavior completely shifted. And it's really interesting. I know Anna was on here. Globally, the US is different than a lot of other places. If you're in Asia, people are buying alcohol online in way higher percentages than they've ever done in the United States. And what we saw with the pandemic was all of a sudden, it was gradually moving to more and more online, but it was like this immediate shift where a lot of these platforms had to rotate more into e-com to offset for that demand. So I think it was in some ways really cool because you got to see consumer behavior changing rapidly in a way that you don't normally see. You see it happen gradually, but so Babe really leaned into DTC and e-com. And then from a brand standpoint, we did a couple of fun initiatives, really just based on the insight of, we see you, we kind of see what you're going through and the specificity of it. And, wine can help, right? No matter what's going on, we think wine might be a solution. And there's an honesty in that. I think that is hard. A lot of brands went the route of, there was this amazing like Supercut commercial of all the first pandemic brand commercials where it said the same thing, like, in this unprecedented time, we're here for you, we love you. And it's like, thanks, Burger King. Like, I guess that's nice. And there's a real honesty, I think, in a brand kind of saying, yeah, we're here for you. We're going to give you some free wine, or we're here for you. We're going to give you a manicure because you couldn't get one, and not like we're going to do something that doesn't actually make sense for us to do as a brand.
Yep. I feel like those initiatives that you had during the pandemic were super interesting. And I loved obviously the giveaway, and then the manicure truck. I mean, that was like genius. And I think there is something to be said to be working with a brand like Babe, where it's very much out of the box and very much of like, let's, they kind of disrupt the industry or disrupt the category and see what works. But that's awesome. But yeah, I guess still on that point, knowing that kind of that canned wine Babe has disrupted the beverage industry straight out of the gate. Is there a little bit more you can tell us about this approach, or again, anything that you think you see maybe changing or innovations in the next year or so? But again, I do think that the canned wine and it being different than what it was is definitely like a new approach these days.
Yeah, it's interesting, I think, because, well, first of all, you mentioned sort of marketing, disruptive marketing, and I always quote him, and he's gonna sue me for trademark infringement at one point, but not my direct boss, my boss's boss, because he's a man. But at Samsung, my boss's boss is a guy named Nick Tran. He's now head of marketing at TikTok.
Oh, I just saw that. Yeah,
he's amazing. I keep quoting him. He's gonna be like texting me, like, stop quoting me, Kathleen. But he always talks about marketing at the speed of culture, and that's something I really got from him at Samsung. I think it's really important. People label it as disruptive, but really, I think it's just speaking to other human beings about what they find interesting and what they're talking about at that given moment, versus kind of, approaching things with a lens of a really long strategic framework that someone from Bain helps you put together. That's great. But if you're not on the pulse of what's actually happening in culture as a marketer, I believe that you're failing. So I think where Babe was really able to be nimble and jump on these moments of, okay, people haven't had a manicure in 4 months. Let's help them, right? Another fun thing that we did was we released an election kit. After the first debate, we saw social mentions of wine go up 65% day over day from the day prior, right? People were just like, I need wine, I need wine, I need wine. So we essentially created this election kit that we released for the week of the election, where you have a bottle of wine. We sort of relabeled one of our old bottles. It says polls opening or polls closing, bottles opening. You got Babe, which obviously you need the cans, right? We had a pillow that said scream here that you could scream into if you needed it, right? So we just sort of released this amazing moment, and turned it around in 2 weeks. And we were doing this based on real-time consumer inputs. So I think that's something that I do definitely think it's disruptive, but I think it's more and more the norm. And you look at, and I use Burger King in a pejorative way, and I didn't mean that, because you actually look at Burger King in terms of their marketing, they're a great example of a group that does that. And their pandemic marketing, where they had the masks, where you could read your order, all of that stuff is really in that space of marketing at the speed of culture. And I really, really love it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that it's so interesting, again, back on like my agency days when brands were planning, and they were planning for 6 months in advance for something that was going to be in the future, obviously. But to your point, like that's a traditional way of doing it. And now, given these brands that we're seeing, Burger King, they're even an Oreo, or some of these brands that are really reacting in real time. And that's something obviously our company does, is all about social listening and looking at the trends and being able to pivot your content or whatever it may be to make to have it to live in this current culture, which I think is hugely hugely impressive. And I think everyone, when they see it, it's like, whether it's a tweet from, a brand and they're like, oh my God, that was so smart. That was so quick. And it really does resonate, like a Wendy's as well. I feel like they're on top of it too. But, seeing these brands react. And again, like you said, you were able to pull that off in a couple of weeks. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, we're lucky because we're a small company within a large company, right? Which is kind of a sweet spot. You have the ability to be nimble, but you have sort of the backing of this larger company that supports you and your choices, which is like being a kid that's like living at home but has their first job. They have their own income, but they're still like, well, my parents have got my back.
Yep.
But no, I mean, and another analogy, this is my analogy, not Nick Trans, that I like to use is it's sort of, you kind of have a cake and you need the sprinkles and the frosting, right? So you still need to think structurally about what your themes are. And, especially for alcohol, because we're working with trade deadlines, and our trade partners and our wholesale partners are so important to our business. But, you have the cake and then you have the sprinkles and the icing, and that's the stuff that you need to be really nimble with if you're going to be relevant today.
For sure. Yes. And yeah, I guess to that point, I think we touched on this a little bit, but no, because, I do think it's such an interesting category. And like you mentioned, but, how important is it, obviously you're reacting quickly, but how important is sort of that research and that understanding of your consumer, and like, that whole creative process, and what, how does that look when you're planning, and especially when it comes to the consumer?
Yeah, so we actually look at our consumers, and I kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier. We don't look primarily at demographics. I mean, we definitely use demographics from a consumer standpoint, but we really think of our consumer as more of an affinity or a mindset-based consumer. And that's because there is such a diversity in who is drinking our drink. So for us, there's passion points that we think through, right? We have pets. Pets are a huge passion point for us. There's pop culture, specific reality TV shows, things like that we're really on the pulse of from a marketing standpoint. And then of course, when we're looking at different affinity-based consumers, we sort of use that information to target people accurately with our performance marketing. And what you're able to do then is sort of create a community of first-party data, right? Your own first-party data community. And then you can start to even segment more strategically based on the information you've been given. So we do look at geos a lot, right? And especially with alcohol, there's different rules in different geographies. So we have different sort of centers of gravity where we focus in different levels of marketing. And that's something that you can do via the platforms like Facebook and Google, but also via the first party data that we're given. And we have our own D2C platform, which really helps us with that, right? We can get your information, we can learn more about you. And we actually see a great influx of customers from email, which in my old role, like the email open rates that we see at Babe, I would have just fainted for it. Like, it's absolutely crazy. So really just a ravenous community that really wants to know more. So I think it has to be a bit of both from a consumer standpoint. You have to sort of top of funnel, drive awareness, and we use our passion points to kind of source new consumers in that way. But then you also have to make sure you're taking care of your community. And we use our first party data and those sort of more own platforms to continue talking to people there.
For sure. And it's funny that you said that about like, yeah, the email openings. Cause like that is something that where, my previous publisher that I was at, I'm like, I don't know that anyone ever opens emails, but like, if you're seeing that rate and you're like, oh my God, people are opening them and reading them and like, this is working, then there's, obviously something to that. But in that sort of same vein, like when cause I know that obviously Babe you're doing so many cool things from a marketing standpoint. But what does success sort of look like, across your teams, and, what is that ROI, or is it changing the perception, or is it brand lift, because again, is it the viral, having something go viral? What does, sort of success look like for you?
Yeah. I mean, I think, we're a small brand. So for us, success is sales and growth, right? So I think it's important as marketers to understand how the ROI of a more awareness driving marketing initiative ties back to that ultimate goal of, sales and revenue. So that's something that we work on a lot. And AB is a great company in terms of sort of business acumen knowledge. You really learn a lot. You're very close to the brand. I report directly to the GM, have full visibility into kind of the P&L and the work that goes into the various programs that we run, and sort of how everything ties back to our ultimate goal of selling wine, right? And expanding our portfolio and our consumer base. So, I think it's sort of a meta answer, but it's an interesting question because it depends on where you are too. If you're a brand whose awareness is 99%, you may be trying to do different things from an awareness standpoint. You may be looking for sort of share of mind in a specific moment, right? Samsung, we did a lot of that, like share of mind at the Oscars, share of mind at a specific cultural touch point. But if you're more of a growth brand, your awareness is usually lower. And so for you, you're thinking driving awareness with new people, but also, again, driving that repeat consumption, building loyalty, so you can get that sort of word of mouth flywheel that is driving, again, our ultimate goal, which is to sell the product. So
no, that's great. And then so when you're looking, I know we kind of touched on this, but curious if you have any insights into what, innovation looks like for this category, because obviously, again, we talked about it's been disruptive, but any predictions or is there anything that you can, tell us about any cool marketing that's coming up, or, again, products, innovations, anything new in the next couple months or year?
Well, I will say, Babe, we just released an innovation actually over the past couple of months. It was released in January and it's been expanding nationally, called Babe 100. So it is basically a light version of our classic rosé. Again, I'll give it a white. But it is it is a light and refreshing version of it. It's only 100 calories per can and it's still 7% ABV. So it's really kind of a seltzer equivalent from a calories and stats standpoint, but it tastes like wine. So for me, someone who really loves the low stats of a seltzer, but doesn't necessarily love the taste and sort of wants a more full flavor experience, this is like the perfect product. I've been drinking it, gangbusters. So that's something that we've just recently released that, if you haven't already seen it, the can is beautiful. It's a very on-trend shade of lavender. But if you haven't seen it, check it out. It's nationally rolling out. You can find it at a lot of different stores, Target, Kroger, H-E-B, everywhere. So recommend that. And then in terms of kind of where I think momentum is going, right? I mean, that's an obvious one, Babe 100, because we've seen this trend toward health and wellness continue to be more and more important to consumers as years have gone on. This is my opinion. It doesn't reflect any opinion of my employer or really any data. So just take it for what it's worth. But I think, none of us really know what to expect in terms of a response after a pandemic like this. Our only analog that's in recent history is from a time in which, automobiles were just developed. Like it's such a different, how can you compare that to a time with the internet? People are saying, oh, it's going to be the roaring 20s, but who knows? And I think people are so much more aware of their time, and something that I think the pandemic gave people a chance to do was really step back. So for me, I'm really interested in the things that brands like Calm are doing, talking to Anna about non-alc. Like I think there's an opportunity for a space for oneself. And yes, I think people are going to have a month of going absolutely crazy, but I do think that there's going to be this preservation of these moments that we didn't have before. We were all very go, go, go. So how do I preserve that moment for me? How do I preserve that moment for my family, for my partner, for my pet? And I think that brands will need to be respectful and tap into that versus just leaning so heavily into the, it's party time. Right. I hope it's party time, right? I'm dying to see live music again, but that's the kind of, I think there'll be a balance that we'll need to strike.
And actually that leads me, yes, I agree. I feel like I've heard the roaring 20s by a lot of people. And I was like, I definitely, especially because it's paired with like the summer, I feel like, there is that, but it will be interesting to see how everything else kind of reacts and bounces back and beyond just people, ready to go, obviously, parties, concerts, all of that. But I do think that leads actually perfectly into this question is, what's one thing that you are looking forward to personally and professionally in this upcoming year?
Personally, so I just got vaccinated, which is really exciting. So I'm very excited to do karaoke and go to see live music. The thing that I miss the most, any live music, I don't even care. It can be, like an open mic. Like I just need to see music live in a bar or something again. And then karaoke, I mean, there's I don't even need to explain it. Everyone gets it. Karaoke is amazing. I worked at Samsung for a long time, so I'm very fond of the Korean barbecue karaoke night. So
very, very well versed in that. I love that.
Yeah. And then professionally, I mean, it's hard because I think we've had an amazing year despite a lot of challenges at Babe, but I'm really looking forward to, venues reopening and these places that Babe is really a great fit for opening back up. And we can see, more people discovering the product and getting the cans in hands. So that'll be really important for us. If you're, again, it's such a great use case for that occasion, for a venue, for a concert, for a sporting event. And it was sad to not have that, right? Because it's a great discovery vehicle for us as well. So I'm excited for that to happen, both for the culture and for our product.
That's awesome. And yeah, to your point about karaoke is so funny because that is something that is like just been, obviously you could do it in your apartment, but like it is something that has been missed in the last year. But I actually too was just recently vaccinated, and I went to a comedy show on Friday, and which was like it was like so new and different and amazing. And then actually Jerry Seinfeld happened to surprise us and like open up, and it was one of these things where I was like, this is an NYC moment, what I've missed over the past year. And it felt so good because it felt like things that we took for granted that happened. And it was really one of those like amazing moments. It was awesome.
Cool.
Yes. Okay. So I think we're going to get to some questions. We have a few here. This is a good question. How do you maintain the feel of a startup, given that, and I know you've only been there for a year, but given obviously this, probably was a startup and then got acquired, are there things that you do or that the Babe does to maintain that startup-y feel?
Honestly, it's hard for me because I have not worked there, not virtually. So I will give you an answer, but it's hard for me to even, it's just hard to contextualize because I'm like, we all hang out in the office. That doesn't happen. So there's no real, so from a cultural standpoint, we have an engagement committee. We have a culture sort of open and transparent conversations that I think is a holdover from Babe, but it's, honestly, that's also very AV. AV has that similar culture. I think from a nimble standpoint and sort of a scrappy, Babe has a very let's do it. We're going to do it quickly and we're going to do it for less mentality that the founders have really instilled in people. And I think that has been something that we've really maintained, especially in a world where there's a lot of different brands and the budgets are very different depending on what brand you are. So we have to really be scrappy sometimes. And I think the founders have made it a value that we think about things and their cost efficiency. So that's something that's definitely been maintained. From a cultural standpoint, we've done virtual happy hours and stuff. I can't wait till we're all back in the office full time. I think that'll really help the culture, continue to grow and maintain that feeling of community.
And so just a personal question. Yeah. So how was it? Because you started, I'm assuming, so you didn't even go in office. You started during, yeah. How was that kind of onboarding start? Like, how was that process for you? And how were you able to, because I do think it's really hard to, kind of get to know some people, and that the beginning when you're starting a new job, being in office is super helpful. So curious how that process was for you.
Yeah, no, there's actually a lot of cross-pollination between Samsung and AB. So that was lucky. I had some friends, not at Babe, but friends that worked cross-functionally at the larger organization. So that was super important. I think that, it's Babe itself was small. So that did help that I was able to have these, smaller conversations with people. It's a 20 something person team versus jumping into like a 75 or 100 person team. But, it's always good to have those again. And that's what I mentioned, mentorship, right? These are mostly women that I'm talking about that are my friends at the organization. So it's good to have them help you set up coffee chats and meet people via Zoom, and people were really generous with their time in that way. So that really helped. I think without that, I would have been feeling a little lost just because I would have been kind of out on an island, meeting my team, but not knowing how to get anything cross-functionally done because I wasn't in an office and I couldn't go, knock on someone's window and say, hey, I'm Kathleen. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's a good question. Someone wrote, I loved your election night package. Any other upcoming packages for days like for Memorial Day, big sporting events, etc.? Anything in the docket?
So I am literally looking at my phone right now because we had something that's going live today. So take a look at our Instagram, not a package, but a sweep that I think is really specific to our home city of New York. So you can take a look at that after this. I don't know if it's live yet. I can't do both things at once, but, so that's really exciting. And then, yeah, I can't give you anything other than just stay tuned. We definitely have a lot of really exciting stuff coming up for the summer, especially as things start to reopen. So I can't wait for you all to see them.
That's awesome.
Thank
And
you for saying you loved our election kit. It was one of my favorite things we did as well. It sold out like 4 times. We could not keep it in stock to save our lives. So we had to stop
awesome.
selling it so it could make it in time for the election.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And yes, it looks like 1 hour ago this giveaway alert went live. So everyone go check out the Babe Instagram. And then someone asked about, can you speak to how you consider environmental issues or how you market your products with that in mind? This is a common issue that I see pop up a lot for beverage companies. So anything in that environmental side of things.
Yeah, I think AB has a lot of really great information on our website about this, but they are very, very committed to this. Actually, Budweiser has done a lot, specifically Budweiser, the brand, in terms of water and thinking about that environmental impact of our products. I can say from a marketing standpoint with Babe, it's not one of our pillars, right? I mean, I think the AV portfolio really takes it on specifically in more of the hero brands. Not that we don't care about it, Babe, we certainly do. It's just as a portfolio, it's more heavied up on the Budweiser side. But yeah, I mean, I'd recommend taking a look. It's actually, I was fascinated. I didn't know a ton about supply chain and all of the things that go into sort of developing and making beverages. And AB really takes environmental impact seriously. And that's been another initiative that they've really cared about and been pushing, similar to D&I over the past, few years. So there's a lot of really cool information out there about that. For us, we're actually really focused on social inclusion and inclusivity. So more to come from us with that this summer too, especially with our sort of brand tenet of being that inclusive wine that's not stuffy and not going to leave you out. So stay tuned for that as well. I want to tell everyone, but I'm having to stop myself.
Love it. We'll stay tuned. Oh, I like this question, actually. This is a different side of things, but someone asked, how do you ask someone to be your mentor?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's a really good question, honestly, because I don't think there's one set way. I'll say I've never had anyone say no, but sometimes it's more of a, we are buddies, and then I'm kind of like, you're my mentor, right? And they're like, yeah. And sometimes it's way more official. I think it depends on the culture of your company as well. AB has a culture in which coffee chats with sort of the senior leaders are encouraged and really supported, and the senior leader will be willing to take the time to talk to you and have a coffee chat and discuss sort of mentorship opportunities. So I think the culture really helps there. Another way that I've done it, and I think that COVID is sort of paradoxically helped with, is it's a huge investment sometimes, especially in New York, to get a drink or get a coffee. It's difficult. You're moving back and forth, you're all commuting and all those things. So a phone call is a really nice way to sort of begin a conversation, or a Zoom call now. So I've done things like, asked a friend, had a friend who I see has a contact at a company that I'm interested in meeting, and I sort of asked them to set me up with that person and have a phone call or have a Zoom call to meet them. And sometimes it's 1 or 2 conversations. Sometimes it's you have each other's numbers and you kind of know that you can ask them questions. Sometimes it's a more official, let's meet every 3 months. But I think it depends, and it's really all about just kind of feeling it out and getting up the courage to ask, because most people are really receptive.
Totally. And I think to your point in the beginning of just being like, you're right, that's sort of how I approach it. When I talk about my old boss and mentor, I'm like, well, she's my old boss and mentor. I just let her know that she is that. So I kind of exactly
mentor,
Yeah, I just put it on her. And then last question here, what, if any, advice would you give your younger self?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I think my younger self was really into digital stuff. So I would tell my younger self to keep doing that, because it definitely became a bigger thing than I could have even dreamed when I was just doing blogger outreach back in the early aughts. But that's one thing I would give myself advice on. And also I think that, and this is some advice I've gotten that I find really helpful, especially if you're really driven and you're kind of a more type A person, it can be really tempting to compare yourself to people and to look at other people's paths and be like, well, mine's not lining up with that. I'm clearly failing. And I think no paths are linear, normalize nonlinear career paths. I've seen really successful, really smart people take different paths that I might have thought as a younger person were the obvious one. And I think it's really important to remember that.
For sure. No, I love that. And I think that that's, again, comparing yourselves to others is never really helps. And I think, again, everyone has their own path. So I love that piece of advice. Awesome.
Yeah, that was great. That was a great kind of closing question. I relate to that because LinkedIn is like the worst social media platform for me versus like Facebook and Instagram, just because of that like constant comparison, and it just comes up on your feed without you even looking for it. So really appreciate that. Maybe I need to take the LinkedIn app off my phone.
A great TikTok handle, I can't remember who it is, but that someone's spoofing like the funny LinkedIn post where people are like, I got into an elevator today and I saw this person and they gave me like the sort of new nuances of the LinkedIn influencer. It's pretty funny.
No, it's really interesting. Well, Kathleen and Liza, thank you both so much for joining us today. And for a great conversation. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
I think that's it. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for hosting us.
Awesome. Well, thank you both again, and hopefully we'll see you back on the stage soon.
Awesome.
Great. So thank you both so much. I am really excited. We have a great session coming up. Just a quick reminder, make sure that you submit your questions for our speakers via the Q&A widget there at the bottom. So coming up next, I'm thrilled to introduce Yvette Davis, the Associate Director of Brand Marketing for Sam's Club. Welcome back to the stage, Yvette. And this session will be moderated by Jen McDonald, the Chief Client Officer of North America do you guys pronounce it with the acronym VML?
I mean, we have so many consonants. VML, Y, and R. That's what we say.
Wasn't sure the right way to say it. Perfect. Well, thank you both so much. Jen, I will hand it over to you and I'll be back at the end.
Great. Hi, Yvette. Good to see you.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. Well, I kind of feel like, first of all, I love the way that last one ended. I remember someone telling me once that comparison is the thief of joy. And I kind of always take that with me too, which I think is probably good advice. But I would love for kind of people to get to know you. I mean, you have a really interesting role at Sam's Club. Can you tell us a little bit about the kind of scope of your role and what you do day to day?
Yeah, sure. So currently at Sam's Club, I'm the Associate Director of Category Brand Marketing, which means that I get to work with some of the best categories, our fresh freezer and cooler team, as well as our technology, entertainment, and office teams to really help translate their priorities into marketing strategies. So I work closely with them to uncover those great items that really help, solidify our quality perception. So yes, you think about Sam's Club, we have a lot of the key things that you would get at most grocers, but I really like working with them to find out what's the new things that you guys are bringing into the clubs, what's the innovation, what are those, hidden treasures that we really can put in front of our members and tell them the quality stories behind them.
Well, I want to know first, actually, I keep these underneath my desk. That peanut butter filled pretzels, don't tell. I don't think I've ever shown anybody that, but I appreciate Sam's Club every day. But, I think, every career really has a story. And actually the last panel was maybe a good lead in that your career hasn't really taken a linear path per se. Can you kind of, you've had agency side experience, client side experience, data driven, creative driven. Can you just kind of take us through sort of the path that you've taken to where you are today?
Yeah, I agree. That was a great point that the last panelist made about, no career really being linear. I think about my experience coming out of grad school and, I just knew coming out of that stage in life, I was going to be able to get a job as an associate brand manager or, directly hop into marketing. And unfortunately, I didn't. I actually started out working as, an admissions counselor at an online university. And it wasn't until a year into doing that I was able to actually get my feet into marketing and starting out on the agency side at, media agencies. But in working at media agencies, so OMD, then moving to Starcom, and then getting, recruited for Home Depot and now at Sam's Club, I was able to take little things from all of those positions just to continue to develop and build on my career. So while it wasn't linear, it definitely has allowed me to just become a well-rounded marketer today. And not only, like, as you mentioned, not only from thinking with like a brand hat on, but also like really digging into data insights. And, OMD really taught me like how to traffic digital ads, which then at Home Depot helped me, help them bring programmatic in-house. So just a lot of, experience that I've been able to gain throughout my career.
Well, when you were talking about kind of being in grad school and sort of thinking that marketing was something that you wanted to do, I mean, what drew you to that in the first place? Do you remember how you even kind of found out it was a career option?
Yeah, so actually my first career choice coming out of high school was to be a talk show host.
Mine too.
Oh, wow. Yes. So, oh yeah. I was like, yay, another person in this one. But yeah, so like I actually just was a huge fan of like Jenny Jones and Ricky Lake back in the day. So I went to school for broadcast communications in undergrad. But I also was very passionate about music. And so like, as I'm going through my undergrad program, I'm seeing how the music industry was shifting. So at this time, you're starting to see like Starbucks and like how they're, integrating music into their business model. Even like JCPenney's at the time, like when you would go to their checkout counters, you would start to see how they were integrating music. So just talking to my mentor, they were like, you should follow the trends. And so they mentioned integrated marketing communications. It was something, I had never heard of. So I did a Google search and saw, where I could go to get a graduate degree in this. And that's really kind of what sparked me to leave talk show hosting behind and really kind of lean into a marketing career. And so that, along with, sociology classes and just really like the study of people, it just really sparked like an interest in me to really kind of lean in heavily in marketing and all aspects of it. Even at that point, like many people, when I heard marketing, I guess, in undergrad, I just thought about the advertising, the final product that you see on TV. But my career started in media. So really like the strategy behind that. And it was so difficult to help like my parents understand that because they would see like an Intel ad or, even at Sarcoma, I was on the Kellogg's business. They'd be like, oh, my baby, she did that. And I'm like, well, I didn't actually do the ad, but I helped it make sure it got into the right place. So that's really kind of what sparked it, just like following a trend that I saw in the industry and realizing that there was this, entire world out there that it didn't necessarily mean that I need to know how to be creative and come up with a, advertising concept, but I can be strategic and help brands in that manner.
That's awesome. I love that. And I love that I'm not the only person whose parents can't really describe what I do. I my parents send those Christmas letters and every year I'm like, oh, interesting. So I do that. I mean, I've done it like that. The things that they say that I do are next level. But, I know actually it's interesting that you were an admissions counselor for a time, because I know that you spend a lot of time with people who are early in their careers, particularly kind of late managing Sam's Club's marketing kind of intern program. Can you kind of talk a little bit about what's drawn you to that piece, which is, kind of probably different from your day to day?
Sorry, I think I froze for a little bit.
Oh, I think you did too. No, I just kind of wanted you to talk a little bit about the work that you do managing Sam's Club's intern program, as well as maybe kind of some of the advice that you give your mentees.
Yeah, I think, just having mentors myself is something that I've always been passionate about. How can I help others? I've had people reach out to me and, say, oh my gosh, like, how did you get to where you've gotten? So it's been a passion point of mine to make sure that, I'm always building and marching for those unseen and potentially the people that I just never know. So, you know, when I was asked to, hey, spearhead the Sam's Club marketing internship program, I jumped on that opportunity because I wanted to make sure that, you know, people felt like they were supported and that they understood, you know, all aspects of our organization, not necessarily, you know, their day-to-day work. So, you know, I work with the interns. I help make sure that they get onboarded. You know, I make sure that they have someone that they can reach out to throughout the internship, regardless from their hiring manager or not. I help with their final presentations. But one of the things I do, like as interns get their offer letters and they, you know, accept their offer letters, you know, I try to send a welcome email. At the very bottom of that email, I always end the email telling them to make sure that they understand what it is that they want from corporate America. So not just, you know, think about what you want from the internship, but also what is it that you want from corporate America? Because there's a reason that you want to be in this position. And I think that's very important. Like even in my own career, it's been important for me to truly understand what it is that I desire out of my career. Like I feel like I'm walking in my purpose. One of my old bosses used to always talk about, you know, the 3 Ps: position, place, and purpose. And I feel like, you know, that's something that I always want to be grounded in. But, you know, our jobs can often take a lot out of us. So it's important for us to be very clear in what we want to make sure that we're getting our return of investment as well.
That's great. I love that. I'm curious, kind of when Sam's Club looks for these marketing interns, kind of where are they looking? Kind of, are they casting a wide net? And are you a part of that process?
Yes, we do cast a very wide net. So we have a couple of our core schools that we've just really established relationships with. And over the years, we've also started to really focus in on HBCU recruitment as well. So I do sit on our internal team that helps, you know, build those relationships and foster those relationships with our HBCU schools. So we do pretty much have like a pretty wide net of where we're recruiting. And we recently got on Handshake, so we'll post opportunities on there for different schools to engage and interact with us. But we have a pretty large campus recruiting arm, and then they work closely with the different divisions and what their needs are.
That's awesome. Kind of switching gears a little bit, can you talk about a recent program that you were a part of that you're kind of particularly proud of?
Yeah, you know, working at Sam's Club has been a lot of fun, and there have been a lot of opportunities extended to me to lead the charge on a couple of different initiatives. I would have to say I probably have 2, but one of the ones that I'm most excited about or was most excited to work on was our recent Black History Month initiative. So I know when people think of Sam's Club, they probably instantly think of Walmart, and you know, Walmart has their multicultural efforts. It's not something that Sam's Club, you know, has been as intentional or active in developing those specific efforts, but we are very inclusive in our marketing efforts. With that being said, this year we really wanted to make sure that we have a focus on, you know, those key cohorts and really take it to another level of showing how inclusive and how much inclusivity and diversity matters to us. So we launched a Black History Month campaign, and we decided that, you know, instead, or I recommended and the organization went along with, instead of focusing on products first, we decided to lead with humanity. So if you think about the entities that make Sam's Club, it's going to be our small business members, it's going to be our associates, it's going to be, you know, even some like our HBCU graduates and the stuff that we do with them. So we really focused on spotlighting and, you know, working with those people. From our small business members, we were able to give out some donations, especially knowing how, you know, 2020 was a rough year for them. We worked closely with some amazing associates to spotlight their efforts, from, you know, one of our associates who started out as a cashier is now a club manager, from, you know, some of our HBCU graduates who just, they were like, they just never even imagined that an internship would lead to a full-time conversion. So really some great stories. And one of the things we did from a product standpoint was we actually worked with some amazing authors and did virtual readings. So it was really fun. We had a virtual reading every weekend, the month of February. And I'm talking about some great authors. We got to work with Mina Harris on her book, Ambitious Girl, Jamar Tisby on one of his books, and Malcolm Mitchell, who's a former NFL player, Super Bowl champ. And so all these great people partnered with us to be able to spotlight their books and talk just, how they got into being authors. It was really fun.
That's awesome. That's incredible. I mean, how do you find all the stories that you kind of mentioned? I mean, it's such a large organization, I'm sure, but I'm just kind of curious on kind of how you dig for those stories and how do you find them?
Yeah, so just, we have a couple of category managers, so we each focus on our separate divisions, but really just fostering those relationships with our merchant partners, sitting in on their meetings, and when they talk about like, oh, we're bringing in, this great product, just really asking them questions. I think the good thing, and me, you kind of talked about this beforehand, but I feel like if I think about, previous marketing jobs and where I am today, a lot of times marketing has felt like a support function. And I definitely think that there's been a shift in where everyone has a marketer inside of them. So I'm really seeing from my merchandise partners that they know that these are the stories that really need to be told, and these are the things that our members gravitate to. So sometimes they're just coming to me and they're like, oh my gosh, I have this great story. And then when I hear it, I'm like, actually, you do have a great story. And I wish I could have recorded you when you said that, because that's what I need. That's my ad right there.
Yeah.
So I think it's this great, you see this great emergence of like roles colliding. Because even from my stance, like some of the things that excites me today are the fact that I get to sit in these merchandise meetings and I know their business. I understand, inventory. I understand different pulses throughout the year. So sorry, I haven't had internet issues all day.
No, you were good. It was a small, you stopped, at least for me, on the kind of like that you understand kind of the categories, those merchants' business. So that's where you stopped. So continue to go.
No, that's pretty much where I ended. This is unfortunate. I'm sorry, all the viewers.
I think we've all experienced it. You definitely don't have to apologize for that. You mentioned that there was another program too that you were particularly proud of, kind of before we started talking about Black History Month. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. So our Merchant as Hero program, which is now evolved to just like a hero ecosystem. So that has been really exciting strategy. And once again, it really centered around leading with humanity and finding those, the behind the scenes stories of what makes our products really great. As we're working to really drive advocacy amongst our members and really, shift our quality perception, sometimes you have to leverage, your merchants or influencers to really tell those stories. And it just is a part of shifting beyond just an item and price kind of framework. So things like, working with our salmon merchant for him to tell us about how great our salmon is and how the traceability, and we literally can tell you where we caught the salmon from, and the sustainability part of it, and it's sashimi grade, to our berry product, and just, our berries, we have a very specific spec, and it ensures that you're always going to get the, best flavor and like a high sweetness from the berries you buy from Sam's Club. Another one that I really like is, our asparagus story, and like just hearing how the merchant works to make sure you get like 7 extra days of freshness, and because we flighted in every day. So just like little things like that, when you start to hear those behind the scenes stories, you're like, wow, like Sam's Club goes, out their way to really make sure they're delivering a great product to me. And I think, even before, working closely with these merchants, I didn't know some of these things. And it makes me even more, proud to, one, be a member and work for this organization.
I think that's great. And I think as somebody who's kind of done a lot of work with retail in the past, it's very easy to just kind of just say like price promo and kind of not sort of dig a little bit deeper to kind of figure out like, gosh, what did it take to get that product here? And kind of, yeah, exactly. What are the specs? What are the, what's the quality that has to be present in order to be at this club? I have to know, is there like a story behind the sushi? Or maybe you don't know, but I was at Sam's Club a couple of weeks ago. I took a whole picture of the case. It was incredible. I didn't expect to see sushi at Sam's Club. And I was yearning for the ability to entertain and bring it home. Do you know any story behind that?
Yeah, so we have sushi in about 420 of our clubs. And what people don't know is that our sushi is actually made in the club. So it's not something that like gets sent to us pre-made. We actually work with some amazing sushi chefs. All of our chefs go through a rigorous training by some top sushi masters. And so it's a really amazing program. We see a lot of, great feedback from it. And we're always trying to innovate. Like one of our partners, we do kind of like a roll contest, and for, they allow all their little sushi chefs to participate, and then we pick a roll, and that's kind of like our spotlight for the year. So really amazing program, and I love our sushi as well.
Yeah, no, I knew there had to be a story behind it. So, so kind of switching topics a little bit. You've had a great career at OMD, at Home Depot, at Sam's Club, kind of elsewhere. I'm sure there are times where you're the only person of color in a room, and at times asked to speak on behalf of all Black people or for all women. Can you tell us a little bit about how you navigate that?
Yeah, I would say that's an uncomfortable, situation. So anyone out here, don't ever put your employees in that place where you feel like they should be the ones to just speak for an entire body, female, male, African-American, or any other race. Because we already know that the room is looking at us, so we don't need you to actually put us on the spot. For me, I've always tried in my career to make sure that I can speak on topics that don't lend themselves to my ethnicity. Mm-hmm. So I focus very hard on making sure that I provide value in any conversation when I'm at the table, so that I don't get looked upon for just, oh, what's your perspective on this situation? Now I'm happy to be a part of those conversations, but I'm not necessarily an expert in just that. And I want to make sure that people realize that, I stay abreast of industry trends. I'm constantly, trying to grow in my own knowledge so that I can add value to all conversations. So I think it's just important, one, for employers and colleagues to recognize it, but then also for, once again, it's knowing what you want from corporate America and how you want to be positioned and what is your brand, and making sure that you can live up to that.
I think that's really great advice for all of us. And I think a good kind of reminder to everybody too. So I guess kind of zooming out from Sam's Club, which I feel like this is just a big commercial for Sam's Club, which I do really love. So I'm sorry for that. But actually someone has a question here that I think is really a better follow-up question. How do you break out from being the multicultural expert? And I know that was a role that you've played in the past, not at Sam's Club, but to just the expert.
Yeah, I think once again, it's about like that knowledge gaining. So while I've held, and this is like my personal opinion, I've held positions, as we mentioned, where I focus on multicultural media, but then I've also made sure that my career, consisted of opportunities that was more general market. So I think that, I mentioned at one point that like, I never want to be just a media person, which is why my career today is not focused on media, but it's more in the brand marketing space. So I think you just have to make sure that you find those additional opportunities that will help diversify your experience, to make sure that, you just don't look like a multicultural expert. And that's really what I've done. Like, as we mentioned, I started at OMD, then I went to Starcom. And when I originally got recruited by Home Depot, it was to, oversee digital marketing. But then I was able to add on responsibility for multicultural marketing. And then when I got recruited to Sam's Club, they started me out like overseeing all their paid media. And then I spoke up. Once again, I knew that I never wanted to be labeled as just a media person. So I spoke up and, talked to the leaders at B and told them what my aspirations were, where I really wanted to lean in for my career growth, and was afforded that opportunity to shift into a more strategic and brand marketing role.
That's awesome. Thank you for that. That's great. So kind of, but zooming out from Sam's Club, is there work that you've, seen in the world that you've been kind of particularly impressed by, or maybe wish that you had been a part of because it's spoken to you kind of either personally or professionally?
So I would say there are a couple of examples of work that I've been like, oh my gosh, that was like a really great execution. And I love what they're doing there. The first one is, I don't know if anyone's seen the Facebook groups commercial that I think it's I Am Beautiful. I really like that one, because when we think about Facebook, we know their whole mission is, connecting the world. But I think that group and just, the body positivity and the, being unapologetically you that comes through that commercial just really spoke to me. And I was like, I like that. I really like, what they're doing, what they're saying, even though they're focused on Facebook groups, which goes back to their mission of connecting the world. So that one. And then I've spoken a lot about leading with humanity, which I think is very important as you shift from having like these transactional relationships with your customers or members, and you want to be more conversational. So leading with humanity is very important. And while I think in the insurance industry, State Farm and their Jake commercials. So we've seen spokespeople in insurance for years, but Jake is not a spokesperson to me. Like, Jake literally embodies who State Farm stands for. And I just think the way that they've executed that has just been great. It's amazing. I literally, like, I will stop what I'm doing when a Jake commercial comes on. Like, what's they talking about today? Like, I really love those commercials.
I do too. It's it's a good point. And I think that it's such an interesting time when there's such good work coming out of insurance companies.
Yes.
Like, who would have thought, by the way, that would be the case. But I enjoy Jake as well. And I live in Kansas City, so I'm a big Patrick Mahomes fan. And there were a lot of commercials with Jake and Patrick.
Mm-hmm,
I was like, that's great. Any other kind of like work that's spoken to you of late?
I think the only other one that I can probably think of, I mean, of course, I don't want to say the like common ones. Like, I think Nike, they constantly kill it. Mm-hmm. I can't say enough about them. Sephora, I think, does an amazing job. Even like on their so of course, mainly their social presence is where I see them. But I think just what they stand for, their brand, just really great work. I also like Tostitos. I saw an ad not too long from them, and it was interesting. It was the one where the guy had like wasted the salsa on his shirt, and then the two other people standing next to him were like trying to debate like who's gonna say something. And to me, it's like a natural insight. and how they made it come to life. Because that's so true. When you see stuff out of place with people, you're like, do I tell them? Do I not tell them?
Right.
And like in the end, he tells this girl that she has like lipstick on her teeth. And then she was like, so rude. But it's just such a cute ad. And I think because you instantly can recognize the insight and that's natural and it's something that you've probably been in that situation before. To me, it's a great body of work.
That's awesome. I love that. Well, I think we are kind of at the time. I believe the next kind of piece is Q&A. So if anyone has any questions, we'd love to have me not kind of be talking all the time, but if there are any other questions, would love to hear them. And okay, yeah, there we go. All right. So if anyone has anything, please let us know. But in the meantime, I guess, Yvette, what do you see for yourself, next? I mean, you've clearly kind of seen lots of kind of different aspects of marketing. What are some of the other areas that you want to explore?
Yeah, I think if I were to ever leave Sam's Club, then I would probably want to go tech side. So would want to go kind of work on a platform like maybe like a Google or Facebook or somewhere in that realm. But if I ever left marketing, interesting enough, I would want to be a flight attendant.
That's awesome.
So I always think about that too. I always like, man, if I ever get tired of this, I think, I know at least what I want to do in that aspect.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. I love that. We've got a great question here. What advice would you give a recent graduate just starting off in the industry?
Yeah, the first thing I would say is LinkedIn is your friend. No, don't compare yourself to other people, but I just think the power of LinkedIn, honestly, my last 2 job opportunities came from recruiters reaching out to me on LinkedIn. So being able to really navigate that platform, understand the algorithm behind it and how you get recognized by recruiters is crucial. And, as cliche as it may sound, like your net worth is your network. So that's very important. Like I tell people all the time, what's your hit list of companies, and then who in your network works at those companies or knows someone who works at those companies, and then how do you navigate those waters? Don't be afraid of informal conversations. I think, while your end goal is to try to land an amazing opportunity, you never know what will come out of just like an informal conversation. So don't be discouraged if it doesn't get you there, but it may open a door to something else or someone else that will eventually help you get to your path. And just, you may get 100 no's, 100 Dear John emails or sorry, but we decided to move a different way. Don't let it discourage you. You just have to keep charting those waters and, just stay focused on what your end goal is.
Yeah, I love that. I also think it's just amazing that most people will just have a conversation with a recent graduate. I feel like it's, I have been reached out to and I don't think I've ever said no. And, I feel like people's natural instinct is to try to help. And if you come and say, do you have a job? Sometimes the answer is no, but if you have other questions or you kind of get to kind of, like you said, if you know what you want out of corporate America, usually one conversation leads to another. And
I feel like that's the same thing once you're in your career. Like I've never had anyone tell me no, they won't talk to me about career growth and help me understand, potentially like what opportunities exist within an organization. So I feel like often we shy away from those conversations, but I think, it's important to be proactive and have those as well.
Great. Well, another great question here, I guess probably related to that. What soft skill do you feel like has been the most important in your overall career growth?
I would say 2 things for me. I would say one, passion.
Mhm.
So just truly being passionate about my work. And I say that because when I'm passionate about something such as marketing, that means the tedious task, I still do it with as much energy, excitement, attention to detail as I do like the task that I know my SVP of marketing is going to see.
Mhm.
So I think, just having that passion, will help you in your career. The other thing is, which I feel like doesn't necessarily go as talked about, is accountability. Like, I am not afraid to say I got it wrong, but at the same time, I'm also saying how I learned from that lesson.
Mhm.
So being able to say like, yep, that was me, that was my bad. But next time I won't do it again. I think that people really respect someone who like holds themselves accountable.
Mhm. I think I think that is so true. And probably one of those things that is always appreciated, but kind of often not
Exactly.
said. Yeah, I know that I would much rather someone kind of own a mistake than explain it away. So I also tell my kids that. They don't really listen, but but anyway, so as a leader, you're always developing your ability. What skills would you like to see your marketing team develop more of this year?
I think we have an opportunity to push the needle. I think, and I feel like our, Tony Rogers, who's our leader, I feel like he's definitely pushing us to push the needle. So it's great to have that encouragement and someone who's like, yep, we can do more. Or someone who's like, but what else? So I think, that's our opportunity to not play it safe and know like, hey, these are the things we've always done, but like, how can we really push the needle? And I've definitely seen our team think in that manner. So I would say that's probably the biggest opportunity for us from a skill set perspective.
Yeah, you mentioned Tony Rogers, who's the CMO of Sam's Club, and talk about a guy who seems to exude kind of like enthusiasm and inclusiveness. I mean, what is it like to kind of work under a leader like that? Do you feel like it's impacted the organization?
Oh, for sure.
I feel like that seemed like a really leading question. I'm sorry.
No, it's great. I've worked underneath a lot of great leaders. So I have no complaints with anyone I've ever worked under. But Tony is I feel like he's in another league of his own, like just the way that he influences and motivates an organization. I've just never really seen anything like it. He's amazing. I don't know if anyone ever got a chance to work for him, like I'm pretty sure they always say the same thing. But he expects a lot of his organization, but at the same time, he gives a lot of himself, and he, is there for us from a mentor perspective, as well as, really showcasing what it means to be a great leader. So he's not afraid to, even roll up his own sleeves and jump in and assist with the work that we do.
Right. Another question for you. Obviously we're kind of all working from home now. How do you feel about kind of like, what do you think the future of work should be if you were in charge of the world?
Oh, that's a hard one for me because I have no problems working from home. I love it. But no, I have my moments where I miss my team. And once again, just like the atmosphere of Sam's Club marketing, is almost like we're all a family. So I definitely miss my teammates. I think that there is a role for offices, maybe more in a collaborative space, weekly or monthly, like let's get together, let's make sure that, we're having those moments of connection and collaboration. But for me, that's probably what it would look like. It'd probably be like, you have to come into the office 1 week out of every month. Other than that, work from home.
Yeah, it's amazing how things have changed. I guess to kind of round it out, I'm curious, what is the best advice you feel like you've ever been given?
The best advice I've ever been given. I would say that it has been not only know your job, but know the person, if you have a direct report, know your direct report's job, and then definitely know the person above you, their job. And not necessarily for the reason that like, oh, if you want to get promoted, you need to know how to do your superior's work, but just to make sure that you are kind of like a master of everything to an extent. And I think, that advice has helped me in my career. So if I think about when I was at Starcom, I shifted from, OMD, where I was on a hybrid desk, to Starcom, where I was solely strategy and wasn't focusing on execution. But I worked closely with my execution partners, and I tried to know everything that they knew. So at this point in Starcom is when programmatic really started to become a thing. I took the programmatic classes that Starcom offered. Like, I was in those sessions, even though that really wasn't my job, but I made sure that I was abreast of like what it was, how it worked, how do you execute it. So that for like when Home Depot recruited me, it was one of the things that they wanted to make sure that they had a team that was knowledgeable of. And I was able to speak to that, in an in-depth manner, but it's because I didn't just know my job sitting in the strategy desk, but I knew the jobs of people around me. So I think that's just how you become well-rounded in your career, is like, don't just focus on your task at hand, but, just make sure you're abreast of everything that's going on.
That's great. That's awesome, Yvette.
Yeah, I think that's really great closing advice. Thank you both, Jen and Yvette, for joining us today and sharing your, both of your experience and knowledge. And it's always great to have you on the stage.
Thank you. It's always great to be here. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you both so much for joining us. Sorry about that. I'm so excited for our next fireside chat of the day. We still have 3 more amazing sessions ahead of us. So be sure to engage with our speakers and ask some questions. I'm thrilled now to welcome Courtney Caldwell, the Global Content Director for American Express. Welcome to the stage, Courtney. And this session will be moderated by Rachel Tuffney, the EVP sorry, I don't want to butcher the name, Dianomi USA. Feel free to correct me.
I know me, but you did it really well.
Well, Rachel, I will hand it off to you, and I will be back after your conversation.
Thank you so much, Isabel. And before we kick off, I just want to say how much I've appreciated Brand Innovators for all the efforts for the last 12 months. It definitely feels like there's a real great community, and it's been a great opportunity to meet some fantastic people along the way. And with that said, welcome, Courtney.
Hello, thank you.
How are you?
Good. I feel like I always have to qualify things. It's like, good considering COVID, good,
the sun's out,
good.
The sun's out. That's a good start.
Yeah.
So Courtney, I mean, just get straight in there. I mean, it would be wonderful for the audience to learn a little bit about your background, about your journey, and share some insights.
Sure. So my current role is Director of Global Content. I oversee content, social media for the B2B side of American Express. Mm-hmm. So that's where we serve small businesses up through our large corporate customers. I've been there 7 years. Previously, I was at Federated Media, agency side, where I oversaw content, social media, and influencer programming for American Express and P&G. Mm-hmm. And before that, I was in publishing. So I was at Inc. Magazine, and before that, Departures. So Amex, and I just brought it back around.
I was going to say, it's boomerang, isn't it? You started there. That's awesome. So I think what would be really useful is I'd love to get your understanding of what you think, what is content marketing, and what does it mean to Amex, and how is it used as a key marketing tool?
Sure. So I thought I don't know if there's a single answer for this.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of them.
There are multiple content teams at Amex. There's consumer, there's travel, there's B2B, and more. I'll speak for my team, where we really oversee content that drives awareness and engagement of business owners. So how do we expand our reach? How do we bring more people into our ecosystem? and then warm them through content. And the goal of that is, so it's not necessarily like we're trying to make a direct conversion. We know that nobody watches a video or reads an article and thinks, oh my God, I need to get a credit card. More often they're going to get a credit card when they have a certain need. But our goal with content is to make sure that we are top of mind when that need arises.
Yeah, absolutely. And did you study journalism? You've always been part of content, creating content. Is that correct? Is that your passion point?
If we go back to like publishing, I think before that, I was agency side before that. So I think I've kind of bounced around from editorial to the marketing side, back and forth pretty much throughout my career. Before there was even really a word for content marketing, I was probably doing it.
Yeah, no, I think that it's very interesting as well that, for Amex and looking at all the content that you guys create, there's really, especially around supporting small businesses. When you create this content, I mean, how do you sort of market to specific groups, and maybe just looking at women in general as well?
Sure. I'll start with small businesses, because that is such a big part of what we do. And when we think about creating content for small businesses or any group, it's really, we start with building on customer insights. So for example, small business, we know that they want to hear from other small business owners, people who understand their challenges, people who've been there. So our content really leans into what we consider or call a voice of experience. So it's working with small business experts and influencers in creating content. It's making sure we're interviewing small business owners for their perspectives, their insights, bringing all that forward into the content. So it's not Amex telling you, it's really our content serves as a platform for these small business owners to learn from each other.
Yeah.
And I would say across the board, we ensure that those perspectives, those insights are diverse, that they're coming from, we're including women business owners, we're including business owners of color. And then we may also do other programs that serve specific groups. So for example, late last year, we launched a program called 100 for 100 that supports 100 Black female founders. Why? Because we knew that, going back to like always leaning into insights, Black female founders, entrepreneurs, are the fastest growing entrepreneur group in America, but yet are also one of the most underserved. They lack the equal access to resources that will help them grow. So we did a pilot program with 100 of these entrepreneurs with grants of $25,000, 100 days of education, mentorship, marketing, virtual networking. And all of this is culminating in a virtual graduation that's actually happening later this month on the 22nd.
Wow, that's fantastic. That's really great. So when you, I mean, in terms of sort of like the content studio, how does a typical brief look like? How do you sort of bring this together to create this? I mean, how does that work in terms of the dynamics of the team? How do you come together to collaborate and bring this to life?
Honestly, we work with a number of different resources. So in some projects, there may be agency involvement.
Yep.
But I would say the bulk of our content, such as like for the site where we publish daily, for the newsletter, which also goes out daily.
Great newsletter. I've got all on.
Thanks.
Big advocate.
We're really working with freelance journalists.
Right.
So we have a team of like freelance journalists and editors that we work with to help produce a lot of the content, especially the articles.
Yeah. No, that's really interesting. And then, you know, just in terms of, you said sort of the insights that you get back, I mean, how do you sort of look at KPIs? How do you measure success for these types of content?
So as I mentioned before, our goals are really around like driving engagement, reach and engagement. So it depends on the program. There are different shifts within the program, and there also might be some shifts depending on the channel. But looking at when we look at the end of the year at the number, at the reach, it's how many are we increasing the number of followers?
Yeah.
In terms of social, are we increasing the number of subscribers with the newsletter? Are we expanding our reach to different partnerships, whether it's third-party content and so on? And then what are the engagement metrics within that? But I would say we also layer on how are we getting, there's some efficiency metrics. So how are we getting the most out of our content? Because we are spread out across a number of channels. Oh, and not necessarily taking the same content and just inserting it into different channels, but how are we designing from the beginning to say, okay, here's the long form, and let's think through, like, what is the, if we're doing an interview with a business owner, is there a long form piece that sits on the site?
Yeah.
Or what is the short form that we might do, like a quick video that might go out in social? And so
Interesting. No, that's awesome. So kind of shifting gears a little bit, you know, there has been a lot of brand examples of how the pandemic has accelerated a lot of change, and in particular, you know, with technology. So have you and your team made any changes in terms of the technology or techniques that you've used sort of versus the year before?
yeah, one program that we had been thinking about, area we were thinking about testing into that definitely got accelerated with the pandemic is live programming. And again, this is driven by customer need and insight. As I mentioned, we've really, for a long time, built our content around the recognition that small business owners want to connect with each other. They want to learn from each other. When they go to events, we know that the networking is as important, if not more important, than the programming. And then you take a time when there are no in-person events and you see this huge gap in information exchange at a time when it's probably the most critical for these small business owners. So we launched a program we called Office Hours, doing live Q&As with business owners and leaders like Ariel Kay of Parachute Home, Christina Tosi of Milk Bar, David Chang, Wynton Marsalis, and more. They shared how they're navigating the challenges of the pandemic, everything from shifting to more digital, how they're staying in touch with customers, or just working from home with like kids running around. This was live on Instagram, shot on the phones at home, show the realities that we're all facing. There's no production quality here.
Awesome.
Like, you know, internet's going out, number of things would go wrong. But it was meant to show the audience that they were not in this alone. And hopefully give them ideas and solutions and an opportunity to connect. And it's because that opportunity to connect was so important. We felt it was really necessary to do live. That was really a first for us. We're continuing to roll it out this year. It was a really big success, and we're really excited to continue doing it. And so, yeah, there'll be another episode next Wednesday. If anybody wants to check out our Instagram at American Express Business for future episodes.
That's fantastic. And I love that, you know, the sort of an element of experimentation that we've never gone through, you know, the change, how we've now looking at things differently versus how we were operating in 2019, in particular, just to the marketing community and all the different technologies that we have available. But yeah, that's awesome. So switching gears a little bit here, do you think the pandemic has helped to shine a light on some of the challenges working mums face?
Yeah. I mean, I think we've all seen the statistics about the number of women who have dropped out of the workforce. I'm sure that's just one measure of the impact the pandemic has had on women and men who are taking on so much more at home. I myself don't have any children and can only sympathize. I can barely handle a Westie who thinks that because I'm home, it's constantly playtime or every hour he needs a walk. I don't know how parents handle it. But I can say that as a leader, I think we can all try to be a little more aware and check in more with our teams. Myself, I know I had someone on my team who I noticed very early on that her email responses to like were coming very late at night. I knew that she had a toddler and that the normal childcare support was not necessarily there. So I reached out to her and proposed moving some things around across the team so that the projects she'd be working on were a little less reliant on the number of calls and meetings that we normally would do. And basically just trying to give her some more flexibility on when she could get things done. I offered that to her, gave her the choice, and she agreed.
Yeah, no, I mean,
It made it easier on her.
It's not easy. I've had a 14-year-old boy in the house who lost his phone in the middle of a webinar once, and that was not a fun sight.
Well, that's a crisis.
It was crisis.
That's real.
It really was real. So, based on your experiences, what strategies can help women achieve sort of more prominent roles in organizations? What have you seen in your career that you think could sort of help women, or things to think about?
Yeah, I'd say first, one thing I think about when I'm looking at roles is like, what am I going to gain? What am I going to learn with each new role? And how's that going to play into my future?
Mm-hmm.
Don't necessarily have that clear definition of what I want like 10 years from now. I have somebody on my team who is much younger and already knows like exactly what her next role is going to be. She has the next 5 years mapped out. Not everybody does that. I don't. I tend to look less at specific titles and more about the responsibilities, and ask myself, how am I going to grow with this? When I think about my career progression, how does this build on what I've already done?
Mm-hmm.
And I think those kind of questions can help you whether you have that clear path or not.
Yeah.
I would think about is being realistic about what you do or don't want to do. Because there may be things that would feed into that dream job that you really don't want to do. And it's probably better to ask yourself now if that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
And also, what is the culture of the organization that you're in? Some organizations want you to move around more internally and take different types of roles to learn other parts of the business. And that's how you level up. But you might get into an organization that lets you have more of a narrow focus, and there are more opportunities for promotion within that. So I think it's just, you have to think about what you want to do and how much movement what you're willing to do. And is this the right organization for you?
So this wasn't in the question I sent you, but I've just thought about this, so I'm going to ask it to you now. Courtney, at 22 years old, what did you want to be? What did you think? What was your dream job when you left university?
I majored in screenwriting.
Okay.
And I always liked writing. So I guess I'm not that far.
Hollywood, screen director.
Oh, well, yeah. There would actually, yeah. Bigger productions. Yes.
Fantastic. So also, can you share any leadership advice that's helped you along the way?
Yeah. I don't know if it's like advice I've gotten or just something I've learned along the way. I think it's, it's being open, trying to be more observant and flexible.
Mm-hmm.
Open to learning new ways of doing things. I feel like the more rigid you are, the more you're just setting yourself up for failure. Observant, because as I mentioned, sometimes you're going to have people working for you who don't necessarily always voice what's going on. And be flexible, because it's not, especially after this last year, it's not even just like where we're working that's changing, it's how we're working. And I think a lot about like how we even assess performance across teams. We try to be so apples to apples and make sure it's very fair. But as looking at last year, and not everybody can work exactly the same way anymore, that we have to just learn to be a little more flexible. That's definitely a big learning from last year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I do think, just as you evolve as well as a person, as a woman, and, I'm now, unfortunately, I'd love to say I was in my 20s, but I'm in my 40s. But, it's amazing how obviously you just grow as a person, things change and your lifestyle changes. But there have definitely, I feel, potentially been with the pandemic, being able to be home, to be able to experience and actually listen to my husband and how he works and operates. I do think that there's been a lot of positives along the way. I mean, I live in Connecticut, so I don't know how far you've had to commute in to work every day, but eliminating that commute, I mean, it's life-changing, quite frankly. So I'm not complaining about not the commute, but yeah.
Well, I mean, my biggest complaint about not commuting anymore is the fact that I've really got behind on my podcast.
Oh, I know, me too. What
I mean, there's
podcast?
only so far I can walk the dog, but you know, I miss. There are parts of the commute that I miss, but not all of it.
Okay, well, actually, I'm going off script again, so please don't kill me.
Fine.
Podcast. What's your favorite podcast?
Oh, I've been listening to Rico's Kara Swisher and Professor Galloway,
Amazing.
and his other Prof G show I will listen to. What other ones do I listen to? See now Smartless.
Excellent. Well done.
It's like, how do I see it? I was like, is there any other ones? I usually do like the documentary ones, but those are the ones I'm really behind on.
Oh yeah, no, I know the feeling.
Like I liked revisionist history quite a bit, but
Okay.
I've gotten way behind.
Do you know, I was listening to an audiobook as I was walking the dog, admittedly, and it was actually a book written in 1987, and it was called The Art of Thinking Big, and the content was amazing in there, but actually kind of just going back to women in marketing, the way in which the book is written, it is more for men. It's the jolly fellows and everything. There was no sort of actual distinction to say female in this at all. And for me, it was a real moment to actually think, you know, it hasn't been that long. I mean, this book was written in the 1980s and how we have evolved, but, you know, it is just such a hard moment in time right now with so many women who are, you know, no longer in the workforce. So I think though that listening to and just getting sort of inspired by some of those types of podcasts and audiobooks though have just been for me really, really fantastic. Okay, so are there any current future industry trends that you're watching remarketing to female audiences?
I don't know if it's necessarily a trend, but then somebody recently shared with me the Inside Moves campaign from Dick's Sporting Goods, where they showcase like the internal female leadership. Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it.
Really good. I'm from Pittsburgh, where it's based, and so I've been familiar with the brand for a very long time. And even I was surprised to learn that they're I think she's recently installed, but their CEO is a woman. And so they're like following all these women leaders as they're going about their daily business of running Dick's Sporting Goods. Mm-hmm. I was wondering if that might be a trend of like more companies showing internal leadership, especially in a case like this one where it's a little bit surprising. It's not what you would think of for a sporting goods company. Mm-hmm. I really liked it. It made me think a little bit differently about the brand and where it's trying to go.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. And please, audience, submit questions. I've just got a great one here. I'm curious about the future of 100 for 100. Can Courtney share plans for the next steps in that effort?
Yeah, it's actually a good question. And I was talking to some other teammates about this because I figured this question might come up. This was the pilot program. We actually are, like I said, we're completing it at the end of this month. And at that point, there will be some other iteration. We're just trying to figure out what that is based off of the feedback we've been getting from the participants throughout this pilot program.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Cool. So, okay, leaning back in, and please, anyone who wants to submit questions, feel free. But in the last sort of obviously 12 months, everything very much changed. What do you see? How do you see in terms of sort of the interaction? You're going back to the office, sort of what is your sort of strategy roadmap right now? I mean, in terms of connecting with the team, in terms of are there plans to go back to the office or the future of work? Has there anything been sort of thought about there yet?
Yeah, I think that's still like the details are still in planning. We know enough that our back to office is going to be in September.
Okay.
That much has been communicated. I don't know for sure, but my assumption is that it probably won't be 100% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
We've already had the flexibility of work from home on Fridays.
Nice.
I feel like that we might see some expansion of that. You might have different teams that have like more like 2 days in the office or 3 days in the office.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's more my guess because I think they're just trying to figure out what this will look like when we go back in September.
And what is your dog going to think?
I've been testing him. You know, initially there was there were panic attacks. I would go out for like 15 minutes, but you know, we're trying to make it longer when I go out and test him.
Excellent. A question from Paul Noonan. How is the content you create for Gen Z and emerging SMBs different from content from those that you've been in business for a while? Any nuances for the younger audiences that to take into account?
You know, I think it's an interesting question because I think we probably look more at life stage of the business necessarily than the age of the person who's running it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if we would necessarily go specifically to as specific as a Gen Z who is starting a business, versus maybe a little more broadly about anyone who's starting a business, because we're really looking at the business needs,
right?
The demographic, and it's about the needs of starting a business or that surround that. So the cash flow, getting access to financing, thinking through your first hire, like all of those problems are probably fairly consistent across demographics. There may be some shifts in how you reach them, and like especially in terms of distribution planning, and the channels where you reach them. But in terms of the content itself, we're really, I mean, we've done a lot of research around like what are the basic needs for small business at different stages, and it's pretty consistent.
One question, so I mean, talking about the next generation, can you help us understand sort of in simple terms how Amex uses influencer marketing? Has that been part of your overall strategy within the content planning?
Yes, and I think we probably have done it a little bit differently than you might think of when you say influencer marketing. So if we go way back when I was at Federated Media, I helped start a site for Amex called Open Forum, which is a precursor to the site we have today. And that was really leveraging influencers, small business influencers, to create content. So not necessarily to go out on their channels and put our brand in their channels. It was more about leveraging them and their own personal brand recognition to create content for us. And so that's going back like 10 years ago. And even more recently, with Office Hours, the program I mentioned with the live Q&As, that's working with influencers. When we go live on Instagram, where we are, not only does our audience get notified, so does theirs. From way of influencer marketing as well.
Interesting. Another question here. How do you approach emerging media channels and how do they factor into your overall strategy?
I look at them a lot. So like I've been on Clubhouse. I'm right now looking at something called Community. I do look at TikTok. For us though, it's a mix of one, where is our audience? Because keep in mind, small business owners are pretty time strapped, more so than us, which is, I know, hard to believe, but so where they put their time, it's pretty select. So we want to make sure that where we're targeting in terms of new channels, that we're really reaching our audience. And then on top of that, we also just have to be very cognizant that new social channels mean new opportunities in terms of engagement. And for us, because we're such a service-oriented company, wherever we go, we want to make sure there is a path to servicing. So people start commenting and they have questions about their card. How are we going to handle that? So we have to be very thoughtful whenever we test new channels.
Yep, no, absolutely. How do you approach new brand partnerships, and how do you decide who to partner with?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, number one is, are we talking to the same audience?
Mm-hmm.
Is it going to make sense from a customer standpoint? First and foremost.
Yep.
Two, to layer on top of that, I would say, like, we really emphasize educating small business owners, and we lean into, all of our content really leans into helping them solve business challenges. So I think that lens would be something else that we would look for. Is your content more service oriented, or is it more straight advertising?
Yeah.
So those kind of questions. And then, does it make sense for the brand itself? And then there's some obvious ones, like, do you partner with Amex? Not just partner in terms of content, but do you have an Amex card, or are you with one of our competitors?
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. Okay, another question here. When it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about your brand purpose, and how does that impact your approach to marketing?
I'm sorry, cut out just a little bit. What was the question?
So when it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about brand purpose, and how does that impact your approach to marketing?
I think for us, especially on the B2B side, if we go back, the idea of educating and helping small business owners run their businesses goes way back. Mm-hmm. Forum was built on that. Small Business Saturday has been built on that. I feel like we really anchor, especially the small businesses, in terms of like helping them do more business. And that comes through, and I say it, a lot of our marketing, not just even content marketing. Yeah. Like a big program, Small Business Saturday, is a good example of that.
No, absolutely. Another one here. What trends in consumer behavior are of particular importance to you? And marketers now, how are they consuming media differently, and how are they interacting with brands differently?
That's a good question. I think the one that I pay the most attention to is what we just talked about in terms of like the different channels. Mm-hmm. It's constantly trying to be aware of where do we think our audience is going, because there are so many channels, and the way they're consuming content, whether, the mix of long form, short form, all of it has an impact on how we think about our content. There's shorter attention spans. People are more mobile.
I'm terrible, by the way. My attention span is so bad. It's
I'm one of those people that, like, I will have the TV show, I will have the movie going, and I'm on my phone, and I'm doing something else. And so trying to think through, like, how do you get your message out? How do you provide that service you're trying to serve in the content in a way that's going to be, it's going to capture their attention.
Yeah.
Keep it for that whole 8 seconds that you're going to have it, and be memorable. And that's really challenging. But at the same time, not giving up on some of the longer form content. So we continue to test both in shorter form and longer form. And you have to think about, like, where are the right channels, and keeping that, what is the right mix? Because you can't do everything. Mm-hmm. So it's just trying to be very smart and efficient with what we're doing.
And also, I mean, it's the sort of the data that you're collecting back. And I would imagine that you obviously are behaving depending on what the data is showing you, that, some pieces of content resonate, different environments. But, I do think, obviously, with the pandemic, with the patterns of behavior, how everyone has changed so dramatically. But even just going back to the technology now, there is so much in terms of, like, even just consolidating everything and being able to compare and look at and understand what is working based on sort of the content that you're producing.
Yeah, and also that different content the success of different content may be defined differently. So, for example, we may have content that gets shared a lot because, especially like productivity tips. those are very popular because anybody who's working that wants to know how to be more productive during their day. So those get shared out. Those will drive a lot of engagement in social.
Mm-hmm.
But we also have content on the site that gets a lot of engagement via search. So it might not be the most shareable content, like how to fire a bad employee.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably not going to share that one.
Yeah.
But we'll get a lot of hits on that kind of content for search because it's a real problem. So we have to like look across different metrics to say, okay, that one's not the most shareable piece, but it's getting a lot in terms of search. And that tells us that that's a real problem they're trying to solve.
Yeah, no, makes total sense. We have a question here about sort of your thoughts on sort of like these sort of very new emerging sort of platforms out there. So like TikTok and all these different environments, and how potentially some more of your traditional brands, if there is sort of how are you going to grow the audience, the generation into potentially using maybe some of these types of media outlets?
Yeah, I mean, I've been spending a lot of time on Clubhouse, for example. I actually think you can have different programs that'll work in different channels. Office hours, for example, is one that I think could work in like a Clubhouse environment pretty easily. Again, it's more about like, if we're going to put in, I don't know if it's so much like we're going to bring our audience over, it's going where the audience already is. So if we feel like there is a substantial target audience of small business owners there, then that might make sense.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. Okay, now sort of going off record again, switching gears. What's your favorite movie now that I found out that you write, you can be a screenwriter?
Yeah, a long time ago. And never really professionally. Favorite movie?
Or what about anything you're watching right now? Content.
Okay. God, there's such bad examples because I've run out of everything on I've run out of everything. So a really embarrassing pick, which is I started watching, and I'm like the last person in America to ever see this, I think, is I started watching Grey's Anatomy.
I've never seen it.
Well, I saw an interview with Shonda Rhimes and she was fantastic. And then I was like, all right, I've never watched her show. I've never even watched Bridgerton.
Okay,
that too. And so I started watching Grey's Anatomy and I'm like, oh, this is actually pretty well written. This is pretty good.
Excellent.
But normally I'm more of a like Breaking Bad type of person. So like the medical stories, the love stories are not usually my thing.
What women inspire you in terms of just sort of your throughout your life? Women, it could be in across sort of any sports, any business. Is there any women that you've really thought, wow, like you've really achieved something, or you're absolutely amazing?
Well, I feel like this is like, it's like everybody has this answer. So but like back behind me is Ruth Bader Ginsburg's book, which I recently was like, I have to read this. So yeah, she's the first one that comes to mind.
I love that. That's fantastic. So just thinking, I'm sorry, I'm now going back to sort of your consumer habits now as to sort of things and how that you've changed and evolved versus where we were in 2019. So in terms of sort of you're on your computer all the time, you're on your phone all the time, you're probably on the tablet and you're watching TV.
It's like you see me. It's like
no. I'm exactly the same. But you know, how do you at Amex really cut through that clutter? How do you sort of bring everything to the surface to, you know, I love this idea with Instagram. I think that is really smart, that, you know, it's something very different. You know, what other ways how are we going to grow? How are you going to grow and expand those types of sort of just cutting through everything that there is out there right now?
Yeah, it's a good question, because I feel like, for a long time we've done educational content. So we're really thinking about how do you level up with that. So, for a long time we did the articles, we've done videos, but like, is there another format we should be looking at? Another thing that we did last year that was really new for us was we'd always done a newsletter that was using the newsletter. That was more based on our own content, just owned. And because of COVID and the challenges of the pandemic, and knowing that there was so much information out there for the small business owners to try and sift through, we turned our newsletter into not just owned content, but curated as well. And so we would go through the news and pull out what we thought was most relevant for them. And that became our daily newsletter. So that was also a big shift. I think it's really about thinking through, not necessarily just trying new things and new formats or new channels, but what is the need that we are going to fulfill?
Yeah, I love
the gap.
I think the educational content though is really, really great. It's awesome. Hi, Isabel.
Hello. Thank you. Hi. Thank you both, Rachel and Courtney, for joining us today and for such a great discussion. I love hearing what Amex is up to. I'm such a fan of what you all are doing with the brand. So thank you again for joining.
Brilliant.
Thank you
so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks, Rachel.
Take care, Courtney. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Such a great session. Unfortunately, we are almost the end of our Summit on Women in Marketing. So we have 2 great sessions left ahead of us. So I'm thrilled to welcome Stacey Warshaw, the Director of Digital Marketing for Ann Inc. And this session will be moderated by Margaret Gorin, the Director of Solutions Consulting at Amperity. So welcome to the stage, Stacey and Margaret.
Thanks, happy to be here.
Great. Well, Margaret, I will hand it off to you, and I will be back in about 40 minutes.
Great. So good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us today. Super excited to be here. I'm Margaret Gorin, as Isabel mentioned. So I'm Director of Solution Consulting here at Amperity. For those who don't know Amperity, so we are the leading the customer data platform for direct-to-consumer brands, focused on really using machine learning to help you build accurate and comprehensive 360-degree customer profiles. So my job, and really my passion, is all around, how do you help brands take that vast amount of messy data you have on your customers and sort of turn it into marketing gold. And I'm super, excited to be joined by Stacey today, who I know has given a lot of thought to that topic, as well as one of kind of the broader themes around women in marketing that we're going to talk about today. And Stacey's an amazing person to have on this topic. So thank you so much for joining us. She leads digital marketing at Ann Inc. And we have a sort of great list of topics to chat through today. So hi, Stacey. Thank you.
Hey, so nice to be here. I'm excited.
So I know, you and I chatted a bit yesterday, and I already feel like I've learned so much from you. And one of the things that I'm really excited to sort of, share with this group is around your thoughts about being a leader in this space, right? So given your position at Ann, your deep experience, in as a marketer, I'd love to sort of learn more about how you think about being not just a woman marketer, but a woman leader in marketing, especially this crazy year. For me, it's been wild. I've had a baby, in the midst of a pandemic and working in everything. I know you're a working mom as well. So can you tell us a bit about, your leadership style, how you've sort of approached leading through this year?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I take leadership really seriously, and it's one of my favorite parts of my job. I lead with empathy, and I think that's so important. I think understanding where people are, what their experiences are, is really key to a successful team. And part of what I think people appreciate about me is that I'm really honest. I'm really blunt. I don't kind of cut corners. You know what you're getting. But I also wear, my life, like work and life have a very little distinction these days. And what people know about me is that I'm a working mom, and I don't try and hide that. It's like a badge of honor for me. And I'm a 4-year-old who is just the light of my life. And like, I think being home with her and not commuting has been such a gift over this time, but everyone knows I sign off at 6 p.m. to be with my daughter. I think it's really important. I prioritize that in my life, and I hope it's a leading by example that people should do that, whether they have kids or not. I think part of my job as a working woman and working mother is to say, you can do this too, right? It's hard. I remember like the first year, my daughter literally didn't sleep, and everyone knew it. I'm like, this is really hard. I'm so tired, right? And so it's not hiding it, but it's showing that you can do it and trying to lead by example. So, you know, a lot of my team is pretty young, you know, they're early 20s, they're, you know, some single, you know, but everyone, whether you have kids or not, like you've got a life and you've got to prioritize that. I think it's really important to set those boundaries. And so that's the way I lead. And I think leading with empathy is, in my opinion, the only way to lead today.
Yeah, I love that. And again, you know, for me, I very much have emulated, you know, leaders like yourself as I kind of became a working mom and seeing folks like set those boundaries. And obviously this has been a really funny time, right? Because we are working from our homes, the two are really blurring together. But at the same time, it's been a gift in some ways, right? And getting that time back. And I hope that coming out of this, we can take a little bit of that forward, right?
Totally. And I think you said it when we talked, it's like you bring your whole self to work. Like there isn't that distinction, parent or not, you know, it's just you're working out of your bedrooms, out of your homes. I mean, there's nothing, you know, nothing to hide anymore, which I think is really nice.
I think I'm going to miss seeing everybody's kids on Zoom once we're all back in the office. But yeah, one of the other sort of key kind of themes you hit on there, which I love, is this idea about leading with empathy. And one of the things you said to me, which I just like can't get out of my head, is this idea that it's not just kind of an imperative to lead with empathy, but it's a responsibility that we have as women leaders. Talk a little bit about how that then translates into being a marketer. How do you bring that empathy into the way that you connect with your customers, especially at Anne, given that your customers are sort of fellow women?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think empathy totally applies to what we do from a marketing perspective. If you look back a year ago, we were scrambling to say, oh my gosh, what is she going through? Well, she's going through what we were going through because, you know, at our company, mostly women, where our clients are all women for the most part, right? And we're, you know, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. And so we represent her and we know what she's going through. So I think we took this really, I mean, in hindsight and during that period, it was like, oh my God, this is crazy. How are we going to get through this? But I think it really changed the marketing landscape for the better because we became more authentic. It was a scramble. It's like, how do you tell her she needs to wear a dress at home? Like, and she's not going, like, how do you do that? And so I think it became less about like the sunshine and roses and more about connecting with the client and where they were, because it was where we were, like we were living what they were living. And I think, you know, I think we talked about this yesterday. It's sort of like raising a kid, right? It's like once you think you've like nailed the routine, something changes. And where I am at Anne, like I work on the Loft brand specifically. And one of the best examples is like, we have this awesome brand, Lou and Grey, which is this comfort and cozy. And it's like, we have this signature soft sweatpants and they're amazing. And literally was our savior during the past year. It was awesome. Now we're going through this period where like that is softening a bit, right? Like people don't want to live. I want to throw out my sweatpants. I've got like 5 tie-dye sweatshirts. Like I'm done. You know, don't sell them to me anymore. I'm like going to go out. I'm going to wear a dress. And so we're like, oh my goodness, like Lou and Grey folded into the Loft site. It was a standalone website. And now it's become this major part of our brand. When you think about our core client, you know, I had this conversation just this morning in our business meeting. You know, our core client came to us for specific things. And now we've sort of changed the way our projection. And now we've got to get back to our roots and say, you know, what did that core client come for? You know, we have a lot less retained clients than we did in April of 2019. And like, what is their reason to come back? You know, we're seeing pickup in like woven shirts, right? And more structured. And our petites client is coming back, and that business is very much rooted in, you know, pants. Like I'm 5'1", so I'm like, yeah, like I don't need pants. I was wearing sweatpants, who cared, right? But now that business is coming back. And so we're in this position where you have to pivot again. And I think from a digital perspective, it becomes really interesting because it's about really honing in on your audiences. Who are they? What is their reason to shop? if I'm thinking about the client who didn't shop at all during COVID, but was our core high value client pre-COVID, it's, what did they love about us and how do we show that to them? And then it's the client we've acquired so many clients in the past year, a lot through Lou and Grey because it was so successful. How do we retain them? It's a very different reactivation strategy. And it's been really interesting. So I think as we, going back to the original question, leading with empathy, it's relatability, right? It's like getting into, in the meeting this morning, it's not about just the traffic to the site or the promo or the product, it's the client and who is she and how she's behaving. And that's really dictating what we're doing. And I think it's been a crazy thing, but I feel like it's going to be the norm go forward in like a good way, I guess.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And one of the really cool things you mentioned also, and I'd love to sort of talk about that a bit, is actually using some of the personal stories from people on your team as you were talking and say, hey, this is somebody on our team who's going through this too, kind of going to that point of relatability.
Yeah, we actually did a whole thing. I mean, everyone, every brand was starved for content. It was, oh my gosh, like how are we couldn't even shoot product, this time last year. So it was, who can we send product to, who can shoot in their house? And then how can we be more relatable? And it was nothing better than going to the source. And that's not unique to like my brand, right? A lot of brands did that. But it just goes that authenticity, and like people don't want to believe. I mean, if you had been showing flashy, photo shoots from like, the beach or, crazy, it just seems so unrelatable and untouchable. And people want authenticity, and they want to know, they want to see realness from the brands that they're shopping from. And so, that's where we went. And I think now in terms of our go forward, it is a lot about what other people are experiencing. And, we're with a bunch of women and we all have different lives and, points of view, but we're like, oh my gosh, I thought that too. What do you think? And then of course, listening on social, we hear one thing on Instagram and a different thing on Facebook. And it's like, well, who is that client? It all comes back to that, to her.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no. And I think, within this moment, like we were sort of talking about, everybody has their very unique sort of reason to sort of come back, right? Like, and that definitely impacts their shopping. Like we were laughing yesterday about how we were both like totally impulse shopping over the weekend now that, the vaccines are ramping up and we're looking at the summer and you've got baby or kid in one arm and your phone in the other, like impulse buying, summer dresses or whatever it is, but being able to really mine the data to really hone in on what are those key kind of coming back personas? Like, is it going back to work, going back into the office? Is it going back on vacation? Is it going back to school? Is it going to visit your grandkids for the first time? And there's so many different signals that your customers could be sending you about what that could be, right? It could be about, what age group they're in. It could be about what kind of content they're interacting with. And being able to read the tea leaves, is obviously going to be huge and making that connection with them. Are there any kind of like interesting insights that have popped as you're kind of thinking about post-COVID, like where you might kind of head with the brand?
I mean, I think it's back to the core, right? We've been through the ringer, right? Ascena, which was our parent company. We filed bankruptcy. We were purchased by, private equity. And it's really about resetting and going back to focus on the core. Who is the core client? What do they like from us? What do they know us for? A lot of people, I talked to some friends this weekend, they shop Loft. They used to shop Loft, I guess, pre this, right? For like some, casual work, right? And go to work. And that's what we need to think about. It's like, what is the new casual? And so I think it's less about like, I actually think it's more about looking at that retained client and like, why do they love us, and think about where their life is today. I mean, we have a great consumer insights team. It's like awesome to see them go back and, validate some of our assumptions, but like as much and a lot of what marketing is like, it's the marriage of art and science, right? It's using the data and then gut checking it. Like, does this make sense? And then making decisions. And I think I become accustomed to is literally every day we're served some different data that helps inform our strategies. And it very much so is like, one of our most successful digital marketing tactics for people who, in the retail space, it's dynamic ads on Facebook. But if you're not serving up the brand and creating desire to that audience, she's not going to engage with you. So, I think a lot of it comes down to that strong product, but it really comes down to, creating desire and driving the engagement with those different segments and figuring out, to your point, your comment earlier, what is their reason to engage? And we look at that. I think it's been we're a very promotional brand. It's been a very promotional year. So it's how do you go from slamming them with like big discounted numbers, 50 off, 60 off, to saying, oh, come buy us for 30. It's not so easy. And so it's a very, I guess, tightrope to walk as we're kind of figuring out that path forward.
For sure. And I know, one of the things you've mentioned here and that we've chatted about is how important win back and reactivation is going to be as part of this strategy. Obviously with store closures and with just all these sort of changing buying habits, there are a lot of folks, with all brands that I talk to, where they're seeing just huge lapse rates in their customer base. And now it's really shifting towards, yes, we're always going to be doing a lot of thinking around activation and acquisition and prospecting and finding new customers. But we've still got this amazing, set of customers who are, have been with the brand a really long time, who we might not have seen for a bit, but there's a reason for them to come back into the fold. So when you think about reactivation and win back, what kind of channels are you thinking about? What kind of messages are you thinking about? What's kind of the strategy there for your team?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I keep saying that reactivation now is just so much different. I want like a new name. I talked to my team today. We need like a new name for this. Is it like just no COVID purchase or something? Because it's different than traditional reactivation. And, we're looking at it from all channels. If you think about our email program, our email program actually, like we've been sending more volume, more emails than we ever have. And we're seeing, which drives more traffic, right? Like the more you send, it actually drives more revenue too, but we see our click rate down, right? Because that retained client isn't as engaging as much. So I think there's like a component you need to look at and push in your email channel. So people who may be engaging but not purchasing. And then what are those levers? So we find that our abandoned cart email is our number one revenue driving email every week. So to me, that's low hanging fruit, right? If you get someone to come to your site and add product to their bag, you then can remarket them in a very strategic way. And if you can impact the open rate by a point, the click-through rate by a point, you're unlocking thousands and thousands of dollars for the business. So, for me, a lot of it is like figuring out how do you get them to engage. So email for sure. We'll go into the different channels, but email, right? Get her to the site and then remarket to her, inspire her, and then remarket to her and close the deal with a promo, potential or an offer. For sure, looking at paid social, I know from we talked about this yesterday too, but thinking about, we have our list of clients. How do you find them? Well, little thing called Facebook makes that not so hard, at least today. And so we have a way to match back, take our client list, we match it back to a database, upload to Facebook, and then we can find them, all aggregate data, lots of privacy laws, of course, but being able to really segment and target them and then test messaging to each of those, to the audiences to understand what works. In paid social, we have our traditional like remarketing programs. We also have churn prevention and we have reactivation and we're testing the role promo plays in her journey, right? To understand like creating that desire and then sealing the deal with that kind of offer to clinch the sale, right? So, I'm definitely guilty of shopping from Facebook and Instagram and kind of doing that add to cart. So a lot of times when I talk to my team, I'm like, think about like, or even like our CFT, it's like, think about your own behavior. Like, why do you open an email? It isn't even always because of the subject line. It's the brand. I go through, I get like, sign up for everything, right? As a marketer, you get a zillion emails. And I look at the brand often. Do I care about this brand? So how do you inspire people to care? And I think that's really by its strong product, its strong messaging and other channels to drive them through the funnel. So it's definitely a multi-pronged strategy. No one way. I feel like we're going to chip away at it like slowly every day. There definitely is not a silver bullet that I know of.
Yeah, no, there's so many things in there, like for me to unpack, like, the comment you made around abandoned cart being like the most effective. One of the things we chatted about also is back in stock alerts. Like I am such a sucker for back in stock alerts. And that will also like, I'm sure my open rate on those types of emails is like through the roof.
I'm sure it is.
The other thing you mentioned, which just kind of got my wheels turning, is, we were talking a lot about win back, and this has been this very hot topic with COVID, right? Like, okay, there were these customers who were active before COVID, they went dark during COVID, and now, we want to get them back. But the flip side of that is, and, there, depends on the brand, but, with Lou and Grey, for example, you have new customers who came in the door because of COVID, right?
Mhm.
Who maybe weren't thinking of you for their, loungewear potentially, but have now come into the fold. Going back to your comment about churn prevention, as we come out of COVID, now it's going to be preventing those new customers who came in specifically during this period, keeping them engaged, right?
Right. And the same people we acquired like through deep discounts, like how do we keep them engaged in the brand and what's the messaging for that cohort? So yeah, it's not easy. It's super complicated. And like, then you got to kind of figure out where to put your money. So
for sure. So speaking of that, we have a great question from the audience. One of our attendees just asked, which has been the most successful marketing program that you've been running?
it depends when you ask us, honestly. I mean, during, spring and summer, paid social acquisition was on fire. It was so profitable. The cost per acquisition was really low, and we couldn't, we like literally couldn't do enough acquisition. The retention was the problem. As we've kind of swung through the past couple, 6 to 8 weeks, that's really shifted. We actually have had trouble scaling acquisition in paid social in 2021 because our promo cadence has changed. We've had a ton of product delays. If you're in retail or sell anything, you probably know that like you're looking at like 6 to 8 weeks of delays. So that stuff we thought was going to hit in like March is still trickling in, which really impacts everything we do. So I think it just like the client, the tactics really change and you have to monitor performance. I mean, what I look at a lot is digging into each channel, right? It's from an email perspective. Every week, I'm like, what's driving the revenue? What's driving the engagement? What's driving the conversion? And then I think you have to like dig in and unpack, like for me, the past couple of weeks has been abandoned carts. So like, what are we doing to optimize that? What are the levers we can pull? It's being really surgical and being really nimble. I don't think that anyone, not speaking just for myself, has ever been as nimble or agile as they have been in the past year. And I don't think that's going to change.
Yeah. One of those nice things we're going to sort of take with us as a good thing coming out of this period. So on this topic, so talking about, what is that most successful thing that you're running at any given time? The other thing that you and I chatted about was measurement and sort of almost rethinking your approach to incremental revenue lift, right? So in the past, it's obviously been all around last touch and multi-touch and all this. And I love this topic because there's so much innovation, in this space. So, for me at Amperity, one of the things that we want to enable folks to do is that 360-degree view of your customer becomes a way to see the true revenue that they're driving, in a time period after they've been engaging with any kind of channel, right? And I know that you're doing similar things at Ann, right? In terms of moving towards this much more holistic view of what is the true incremental revenue lift of some of the different tactics that you're trying. So can you talk a bit about that and how you're thinking about that?
Sure. So we work with an awesome agency who I'd recommend to really anyone called Ovative. And what they have really unlocked for us is multi-touch attribution. And what that really rests on, it's been a kind of buzzword for a long time, but they rest on the enterprise marketing return. So it's EMR. So we look at the enterprise marketing return of every dollar we spend. So previously I was always looking at ROAS, typical return on your dollar, but this actually factors in the incremental revenue driven by every dollar you spend. So it's a factor of I'm spending like $1,000 and I'm driving $10,000. It looks like a 10-to-1, but what is your margin rate? What is your conversion rate? What is the impact on stores, right? As stores kind of improve, as our digital media has more of an impact on store buying behavior, that dollar becomes more incremental. And that's really unlocked a lot of changes in our strategy. So a couple of things, we used to spend a ton more money in paid branded search, but think about your like use case of one. I always say you search for Loft or Ann Taylor, like you're going to click on the unpaid ad. You don't need to pay for that click. And so that channel becomes a lot less incremental, but what becomes more incremental is non-brand PLAs, right? So if I'm searching for a black dress and Loft pops up, like I may not have shopped Loft, right? If I have 10 other options or 100 other options. So that becomes more incremental. The other piece that's really shifted is affiliate. Affiliate looks awesome last click, but it is not incremental for the most part. Again, think about what we call like the leapfrog effect. You're checking out on Loft or any site and you're like, oh, Ebates, so they have cash back. You leapfrog off of Loft onto Ebates, see they have cash back, click, go back. You still would have shopped on Loft, right? But instead we're paying extra commission for that purchase. And that's been a major, major win for us. We've shifted our budgets out of some of those less incremental tactics into things like paid social acquisition. So EMR really shows you that enterprise marketing return of every single dollar you spend. And we look at a target every week. And, some weeks we're up and down in other channels and we take a hit because we know it's a holiday weekend and we need that affiliate placement. And also want to caveat, not all affiliate spend is not incremental. It's just that some of it is. Some of it's not, and you need to just shift. The other piece that we're preparing for is this cookieless world. And I read an article this morning, was it yesterday morning? Can't remember, but really was like about what are CMOs today doing and thinking about. And that's like a major, major thing. And there are like companies out there advising brands on how to move forward because no one really has the answer. I think we're all trying to prepare for the inability to track people everywhere they go. One of the things we're doing is we're moving to a multimedia mix model, which don't ask me to explain the details. I said, Margaret, please don't probe me on this because I'm still learning. But really, it's a combination of multi-touch and a media mix model, which uses regression-based analysis to look at the incremental revenue or customer figure at the sub-channel level. And so we're kind of trying to figure out how do we look at the return of our dollar on the customer level and not necessarily on the, last click or platform level, because it's not going to be the same.
Yeah. And for the record, I didn't ask you that.
And I brought that up. I know. I have to do that to myself.
No, but it's super interesting. And I know I've had to really read up on this topic on kind of the death of the third-party cookie. We get the question constantly. It's obviously top of mind for brands. I think it's going to have to be very much a multifaceted, strategy. You guys are obviously kind of coming at it from a very technology-led kind of perspective, which is great. One of the things that I've been kind of working with brands on is you've got to really lock down that first party known data asset that you have, because now you're not going to be able to rely as much on kind of the third party data asset. So no, it's a fascinating topic, and I think segues well into one of the questions we got from the audience, which is when you're thinking about exploring different emerging technologies, partners, how do you determine how to spend your time and budget on those kinds of technologies?
Yeah, it's interesting. So we actually had a meeting today and we were talking about, what else should we be looking at? I think there are platforms that we believe we should be testing, where we've just started testing TikTok. We just started testing Snap. We're behind a lot of brands here probably because our client is older, but you've got to get your feet wet. Like we've now, you need to spend time building out and testing out the things that you haven't spend time on, right? Like I think if you haven't optimized Facebook and Instagram, like that's the first place to start. They're the most sophisticated, right? And there's a zillion things to do there. And it's really been a business driver for so many businesses. I mean, it's Facebook, right? But then I think it's looking at where else is your customer spending time. So, Clubhouse is new. We're not jumping on there anytime soon. Like I'm personally exploring it. I don't know what the space is for us. I think it's good to keep your eyes on it. But I'm definitely, of the opinion that you don't need to be the first to everything, but it's good. You need to, be smart and know. For me, one of the channels I haven't mentioned is SMS, which has been actually, a huge growth vehicle for us over the past year. It represents about 3% of our sales at this point, and we haven't even unlocked behavioral marketing on it. It's not connected to our loyalty program. We don't have two-way text right now, but it's looking at like the programs you have and looking at those levers you can pull. So I think testing is fun and, the shiny new toy is great, but you got to look at like the core. It's basically focusing on like our core audience, like what are the core channels and where can you optimize? Email is like a major unlock. We're actually in the process of moving a lot of our email programs over to Bluecore, which is email and site we're using for email, but email personalization. And as a marketer, myself and my team can go into the platform and build campaigns and audiences on our own, upload them to Facebook, Criteo, Google, and send emails whenever we want without having to use like a deployment company. And so to me, long-winded answer there, but it's focus on the core, unlock low-hanging fruit. And I think about like, what else is out there? Like, for example, we were talking about payment companies, do you do Affirm? Do you do Afterpay? And I think that's the future, right? So keep your eye on what's happening so that you're not going to be like, 10 years late, but also you don't need to be 10 years ahead.
Yeah, no, I love that. And I love that sort of phrase of the shiny new toy. It's so easy, right, to like get distracted as all of these new capabilities and technologies come. And the fact that you're really continuing to sort of come back to the foundational aspects of your business and what are really the core channels that are driving the majority of our sales, where do our customers really live? I love that. I'm always preaching that of like, yes, there are a million things you could do with the data, but if you don't get, that sort of data foundation right in terms of having the true comprehensive, accurate view of each of your customers, everything downstream is going to suffer. And customers know that and they can feel that. And we actually got a question sort of on this topic from one of our listeners or viewers. And they asked, how do you promote authenticity with your marketing strategies when you're connecting with your customers, especially with purpose-driven marketing strategies?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Our, to be totally honest, because I always am, but we haven't done as great of a job with our charitable initiatives and our purpose. We've really been so focused on, getting through inventory in the past year and pivoting. I think that, from an authenticity standpoint, it's really, I wouldn't say that we're doing an awesome job in everything we do right now. I think it's an area for opportunity. We have a huge charitable program that people don't know as much about, and that's an opportunity for us. I think it's really like, again, goes back to the client and understanding who they are, what they're doing. We do a lot of client research, panels, right? Internal, external, to understand like what's happening in her life, what she's looking for, what she needs from us, what she needs to shop. Does she need more fit information? Does she need, does she want a brand that cares? All that, I mean, it runs the gamut. So I would say that's a tough question, and I probably don't have the best answer for it, obviously, but it's definitely an opportunity, and we are looking to really push our charitable initiatives to the forefront.
No, and I think, the spirit of the question was all around authenticity, right? And I think we talked about that in the beginning of the conversation. Part of that is that those purpose-driven, strategies that you were just talking about and that Anne runs, but it also always comes back to that authentic connection, sort of that empathy, meeting the customer where they are. So I love that. So we got a couple of additional questions, and I like these because they're broader, right? They're more about, again, kind of your leadership style, how you lead your team. So one of the questions we got was around, this virtual working situation that we're in right now. Obviously, I'm in my house, you're in your house, and would love to hear about kind of how have you kept your team engaged? How have you kept morale up? If you've had new folks join the team, how have you made them feel kind of part of the team in this virtual world? Is that happy hours, coffee chats?
So I don't think anyone loves those, to be honest. I'm like, no one looks forward to a virtual happy hour, right? And I think we try that a lot at the beginning. It's been a tough year, especially, at a company where we filed for bankruptcy, there's been layoffs. And I honestly, again, like I just keep it real. I'm like, guys, this sucks, right? Like I want to be, these are the facts, but I know this sucks. I don't try and really sugarcoat things. I don't believe in that. I think transparency and authenticity is really key. And so connecting here, I'm like, listen, like I'm like super passionate about the business. I'm really I'm very competitive. I like to win. Like I like the business to be good. But I also have a silly side and I let that out. And while my team knows I'm like serious and I'm like, get to the, like, let's get this right. I also have a soft side and I let that show. At least I like to think I do, who knows what people say about me, but that's sort of my intention. And I sort of kind of remember the days when we sat in a conference room and we'd all joke and have banter. And, I try and make that constant thing. I think, you know, I've hired a bunch of people. I've had a bunch of people leave for, you know, one reason or another, and I've hired a bunch of people. And I think, you know, consistent team meetings is really important. Communication is key. I like to think I'm an over communicator. So I think that's been helpful. We've brought on a number of freelancers. We've converted a number of freelancers. And so I like to think that there's a positive, you know, energy, but I also would be remiss to say that this is, you know, this is hard. It isn't as easy to connect and not be able to grab a drink with someone who's, you know, your core business partner and to really form strong relationships. But I think we've done an okay job for what it's worth.
Sometimes it's just about commiserating about how much it sucks, right?
Yeah,
Like,
but also like how great is it that, you know, for us on my team, we're not going to be 5 days in the office going forward. I think that's a wonderful thing for a lot of people and their lives. So, you know, there's lots of good things to come out of it.
So do you all sort of have your roadmap for what going back to the office potentially looks like at this point?
Sort of, I'd say, you know, we have less office space. We have some less people, but it looks like, you know, my team being digital, we're not going to be in the office all that much. I mean, I'd be happy going in 1 day a week, 2 days if I had to. I think that that's a lot, that may be, but you know, who knows? And from a timing perspective, this summer, maybe fall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. One of the questions actually that we got was around like, how do you envision the technology changing, if at all, to support kind of this shift? So, you know, I know like on our team, you know, different teams obviously have different challenges and opportunities to either work remote or together, right? So there, for example, you know, the engineering team, it's really good to have them all in the room to work together. From your perspective, you said, you know, digital marketing, we're comfortable being digital. Do you think that plays a role in sort of like going forward, what your working style and collaboration is going to look like?
I think that Slack has been our savior. We weren't big Slack users, but I think like literally all day, every day, I mean, I've just looked down at my computer, I've got like 25 Slack messages, and then I've got text and email, and things are happening. Like everyone's multitasking all the time. Positive and negative. I think we get more done now than we used to, but we're used to this like fast-paced real time. Like I can't imagine being in the office and be like, oh, I have to go talk to that person to get one quick answer, you know, like that. I'm like, that's going to slow me down. And so I do think we created this crazy environment a little bit where it's like real time, every time, check your email. It, you know, can give you a bit of anxiety, right? But I do think that that's going to be more of the norm, that instant communication. You know, we're not a startup, so we weren't using Slack for everything to sound like other brands maybe were, but it's become a real core piece of how we communicate with like my boss, my team, my CFT partners. I mean, I have like Slack, I have Jabber, I've got text, I've got email, like it all going off all the time. And it's not unique to me. I mean, it's just the way things have been.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I at this point, probably like 90% of my communication is on Slack, and like 10% might come through email or other ways. So it's been a lifesaver for us too. So I know we have a few, like 4 minutes left. I'd love to sort of just like end on some concluding like big thoughts. Like if you were to sort of give your, you know, yourself advice, you know, kind of go back, you know, to your, you know, post-college self, or, you know, when you were just starting out and as a marketer, knowing what you know now, both just, you know, having these years of experience, but also having gone through this crazy trial and tribulation of the past year or so, what advice would you have for sort of like your younger marketer self?
I think it's the same advice I would have had before, and it's what I look for when I hire. It's be resourceful, right? Be resourceful, be curious, right? Because that's how you get the answers. It's thinking about, you know, always ask the questions, but think about like, what other questions could I ask? It's like there's a Harvard business study, like the 5 whys, why, to get to the root. So it's that curiosity that will really carry you through most of, you know, your career challenges, at least I found. And given that data is such a huge part of what we do and how we make decisions and how we manage the business, it's looking at the data really closely and trying to uncover kind of interesting tidbits that help you formulate the story, because there is never one silver bullet. And so for me, I think it's curiosity for sure, and it's resourcefulness. And then I think it's a bit of grit too, right? You got to stick with it. It's persistence.
Yeah. So Curiosity, you mentioned Harvard Business Review. What are your sort of go-tos in terms of like where you go to, sate that curiosity?
Oh my goodness. I mean, I read a ton. I have Feedly, which is, no, people know, but it's like a reader. So I've got like all the blogs and sites that I read. It probably has like, 1,000 articles a day that I skim throughout the day just to get headlines. And I'm using my fingers here, like you guys can see what I'm doing, but, it just to really kind of look at headlines and see what's going on. And so I think it's reading a lot, right? It's keeping your eyes out there. It's not reading everything, but it's reading different things from different sources. So I wouldn't say I have like one go-to, but, I find a lot of, from a business perspective, a lot of things I uncover are just in the data and in reporting and asking questions. And if things don't make sense, it's trying to uncover the whys.
Yeah. When you mentioned the 5 whys, I come from a strategy consulting background. So that was like, yes, the 5 whys are 100% kind of the framework we would use. So that sort of, to me, that marries like curiosity and grit, right? Because it's not just asking the question, but continuing to press deeper and deeper and deeper, and challenge yourself to not just be like satisfied with an easy answer, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Love that.
I think it's thinking differently, not being afraid to think differently and approach things differently, because change is constant, as we all know.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this comes back, to the beginning of, if we've learned one thing, it's got to be nimble. So we've got one last question from one of our listeners. So any predictions for consumer trends in retail from you that might be unexpected?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. Consumer trends. I don't know that it's a consumer trend necessarily. I do think that, SMS is a really huge growth vehicle from a marketing perspective. I get texts from like a zillion people now and I don't mind. And so I think it's an interesting evolution to think about. I don't know that speaks to like consumer trends necessarily, but definitely like marketing trends. And I do think this authenticity is going to really continue.
Love that. Well, thank you so much, Stacey. This has been amazing. I've loved getting to know you, learning from you.
Same.
So really appreciate the time and the chat.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Stacey, and of course, Margaret, for joining us today and for leading this conversation. We really, really appreciate you both coming to the stage and hope to have you back soon.
I'd love to. Thanks so much, everyone.
All right. Thank you both. So we're going to be moving into our last session of the day. We have an amazing panel coming up. So I'm thrilled to introduce Rebecca Perkins, the co-founder of SheSpoke, and Kelsey Groom, the CEO of SheSpoke. So welcome Kelsey and Rebecca. This session will be moderated by Diana Dilworth, the managing editor here at Brand Innovators. Hi, Kelsey.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. I was just checking out the website and seeing all of your cool new product launches that are coming up. So
yes, we just launched Le Stick.
I saw that. I think I'm going to need to try it out soon. No, that looked great. Hi, Diana.
Hi, Isabel.
So it looks like, sorry about that. It looks like Rebecca might have just like dropped off, but we'll make sure to get her onto the screen. But Diana, I will hand it off to you, and we will make sure that Rebecca is on in just a moment.
Great. I'm pinging her as well.
Perfect.
Thank you, Isabel. Welcome, Kelsey. We're so excited to have you.
Well, I'm thrilled to be here. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. So we were talking a little bit yesterday. I'd love to, for those people who are in the audience who haven't heard of SheSpoke, I'd love if you could give us a little background on the brand and why you came to market and kind of what your idea of custom beauty is that you're built on.
Yeah, so SheSpoke was started by Stephanie March and Rebecca Perkins, who were colleagues, longtime colleagues, maybe 10 plus years on the set of Law & Order SVU. Stephanie sat in the makeup chair because her role was Alex Cabot, and Rebecca was the head of the makeup department. And they came up with the idea of SheSpoke from a place of, that kind of relationship where the actress makeup artist relationship should be accessible and in real life for, all of us non-actresses out there. And so that was this notion of scalable, bespoke makeup that puts the consumer, the actual consumer, in the driver's seat versus the other way around was really the big idea. And we've spent the past, several years, we had a shop in Soho where you would come and make your lipstick with a makeup artist. And it's just this wonderful retail theater experience, and was a very social experience, but it was really limited to our shop in Soho. So we've spent the last year and a half really figuring out how to make the customization experience fun in the same way online and digitally. And on the back end, we've done that with a partnership with Pantone and a proprietary software that what effectively it does is it allows us to bring customization to scale. And it lets all of our wonderful customers and community create their own lipstick online.
That's fantastic. I love this idea. So you told me that your brand's mission is to give beauty your voice. Can you talk about how you are incorporating that into your monthly newsletter and how you curate content marketing, particularly with Lipstick we were talking about just a second ago?
Yeah. So give beauty your voice for us means we are bespoke lipstick. We are about celebrating the individual. It is truly all about you, our customer. What that means as a mission statement for us is that we celebrate individuals who really are using their voice to make a positive change in this world. And we do that in various aspects of our brand, one of which is our monthly newsletter, where we curate our monthly newsletters around a certain topic or theme. And then we celebrate individuals that are within our She Spoke community, and we share their stories. And that's really the gist of our newsletter. This month, our theme is about wellness and rejuvenation and health. And we launch a new lipstick every month. This month's lipstick is Lipstick, and it's sort of a fun play on, the fact that we are all in vaccination mode. And we're featuring this week the Director of Communications of Moderna. We're featuring the Creative Director for the NIH, among others. And the questions we ask everyone in our newsletter are the exact same. They're a Proust questionnaire for us, so to speak. And it's a way for people to really share their stories and what they're passionate about. And in many ways, that's really become, I guess, our influencer strategy. We are, and I would really use influencer in quotes because they're very organic to us. It's really about just highlight. We have this collection of amazing customer base with amazing stories, and really sharing those is how we've approached this notion of influencers.
That's fantastic. It looks like we have Rebecca.
Unmute. Okay.
Sorry, Rebecca. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. I was just finishing. I had to undead one of our actors. So apologies for the delay.
No problem. No problem. We were just getting going. So I love this lipstick idea. It's so fun. As I'm waiting to get my vaccine, it's definitely a good, playful moment. And I love this idea about how you're working, especially with these influential people and topical conversations, the lead of communications officer for Moderna and the NIH. So what you've also, being topical and being relevant as part of the conversation is part of your brand DNA, it sounds like. I know during the inauguration, you launched a new lipstick called I'm Speaking. Can you tell me about, that and how you expanded that into a line of products that also were inspired by other inspirational women like Kamala Harris?
Yeah, Kelsey, you want me to take that one?
Yeah, sure.
So the thing about our process is that because we do our own manufacturing when we're doing sort of small batch runs, we are able to be super nimble and to really capitalize on any moment that we want to engage with and amplify. And So when we saw Kamala on the stage with Pence attempting to mansplain and interrupt, and she just wasn't having it, and she had this shiny gloss on, and we thought, well, let's just do something and we'll make it. And for us, it's not like, oh, well, then we have to make 10,000 of them. If we sell 1,000, we can make 1,000. If we sell 300, we make 300. But then it just got so much attention and people were so interested in it. And so we thought, let's make a lipstick that if I were to make a lipstick for each of these women, what would that lipstick look like? And it was so inspiring to see, you know, women engaging in something that was fun, but also because we donated proceeds of it to Fair Fight, our way of being able to use lipstick as a way to help support voter registration. And it really just brings all these different things that we value about being powerful women with a voice and bringing them all together in a fun, playful way.
That's so interesting. And because you also did the Stacey Abrams gloss, and then the third was it Ruth
RBG? Yeah.
Oh, right, RBG. That's great. And Kelsey, you were saying that these are popular gifting items.
Yeah. What we found with I'm Speaking, I mean, it was an overnight thing. What we found with I'm Speaking was it became our bestseller, and it meaningfully changed our average order value because people were buying them, you know, in multiple sets. And so clearly I think they're gifting those as well, in addition to buying a gift card. But the I'm Speaking collection, when we see people put 4 sets of that in their basket, it's gifting, because it's just a way of saying of this kind of universal way of saying, like, you know, go for it, trailblazers. And any friend would want to be called the trailblazer, I think.
Absolutely. So we were talking about your brand values, and inclusiveness is one, but on the other end, there's joy and play. Can you talk about how your 5 core brand values and how you bring these together side by side to make an interesting brand?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Rebecca and I can probably tag team a bit here, but I think, you know, she spoke first was about bespoke makeup, and it was about, you know, this notion of inclusiveness is that there isn't a one size fits all. It really should be curated and made specifically for you. Your red is a different red from my red, and it's something that is really, really about everyone. And so that's really core to who we are. Obviously the name She Spoke and the brand She Spoke is a powerful brand. It lends itself in many different aspects on the serious end when we talk about I'm Speaking, but the process itself from a consumer standpoint, just actually creating your lipstick online is very fun. We want to just infuse a bit of joy into people's day, and it makes people smile. And our messaging can be pretty serious when we're talking about things like I'm Speaking, and it can be fun and playful when we do things like lipstick. You know, we are fun and serious.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're a makeup company, so we don't want to take ourselves too seriously, but there are certain ways, because of the way that we operate, that not only is inclusivity core to what we do, but also sustainability. Like, we're not sitting on a bunch of inventory that's going to go bad if it doesn't sell. We're not, you know, and just the, you know, my background as a makeup artist on set, or I haven't ever really approached it from a sales driven point of view. It's always about what's going to make you feel like your character, your most beautiful you, or how you want to look for a particular occasion. And so that authenticity, I think, comes through when we're not trying to push anything on anybody. It's like, you made it yourself, like you created it, or there was a collection that you really identified with, or as we start to, like, for example, I was on set a couple of weeks ago, and one of the other makeup artists made one of the lipsticks. And so I made it and I sent it to her. And then one of her friends saw it on her Instagram stories and then DM'd us, could she get Jackie's color made? And it was like just that sort of like collection of, you know, girlfriends that I think is sort of core to our community and our brand.
And can you explain to our audience like how you make your own? How does that work?
So we have we call it the She Speaker, and we had sort of thought about how to do this digitally, but COVID and the pandemic really motivated us because we had a store in Soho and the lease was up, and it was sort of like that's not how it's going to be in a post-pandemic world. So so basically we had this prototype and we really dug in. We have a license relationship with Pantone, a partnership with Pantone. So you go online to the She Speaker and you answer a series of questions so that we can get a sense of your undertone, your color preferences. Do you prefer more intense formulas? Do you prefer more sheer formulas? And then we have like a colors Pinterest style board where you can pick some like jumping off colors for yourself as well. And then we take you to the page where then you're given, I think, 5 or 6 different prompts, color prompts that you can use as a jumping off point. And then we have 3 different sliders where you can adjust it warmer to cooler, more muted to more vibrant, lighter and darker. And it's basically turning our website into how I would operate if I was doing this in person. You try it on or you look at the color and you say, I like it, but it's a little too yellowy. So you adjust it to be cooler until you find your perfect shade. And then you add it to your cart. You decide if you want shimmer, if you want any aroma and a matching gloss. And it's just completely, we didn't want people to feel adrift or like they were forced to start from like color theory or nervous. So trying to bring like the expert guidance from the artist side into the experience.
So interesting. And so how then are you marketing if someone's, you know, buying a particular color and thing? Are you then following up, you know, when you have a new line where you have new things to try and reintroduce them, or a new season, for example, when colors might change? You know, how are you using past purchase behavior to market future purchases?
Well, we have a newsletter that is, that's, I think, what Cassie was describing earlier, where we engage a member of our community to describe herself and also to let people know like what collection is dropping and that sort of thing. So really that's been really powerful. Social media, those are the things that as sort of a bootstrap indie brand we're really trying to harness.
But yeah, and I would also add to that, tapping into this notion of how we're using purchasing behavior. It's really powerful data that we have on the back end. And as we continue to get a critical mass, there's a balance. There's kind of an art and science to what we do. But as we get a critical mass and can take a read on what we think, what could inform us, kind of crowdsourcing color, if you will, but what can inform us of maybe a color that we want to do as part of a core collection or a monthly drop, etc. So that's part of it. And then the other part of it, the art part of it, really comes from Rebecca. Lipstick is a perfect example to say, let's do a vaccine violet, and this is what it's going to look like, and we're going to put it out there in the world and see how it resonates.
That's fascinating. I love that. And obviously you mentioned before the other makeup artists that you know sharing it on Instagram and then people reaching out to you. So I imagine there's this community aspect to it as well.
We're really trying our hardest to put the community at the forefront of what we're building, for sure.
Yeah, and that was so much a part of the in-store experience. People would come in with friends or their moms or book it for parties, that the notion of replicating that social experience online has been I think we've been pretty successful. We launched this at the end of November, so we're 4 months in.
Wow. So what is it like to launch a new brand during a global pandemic?
It's weird. I've seen Kelsey in person like twice in the past year.
It's true.
But but it's been great. It's been so exciting, and there is a certain element of patience that people have if, like, say there's a shipping delay or something like that. People understand that's because the post office is at half capacity. Sorry, on the streets here. And yeah, but it's been so wonderful to have something inspiring to be working on that doesn't feel risky, or, you know, it's been, well, I'll tell you one thing. The whole time we were designing the front end, like the user experience, I was kind of quietly panicking, sort of keeping it to myself for a little bit, because it was kind of like on me on the back end to make sure that I could make what you make on your screen into an actual product. Mm-hmm. And that involved a lot of software that we had developed a database for, and I just wanted to make sure that I had done the database correctly, and that's sort of not my typical wheelhouse. And so when we made the first like actual test lipstick, like somebody clicked through on the website, showed the bullet, we tied it to our Pantone color, and then I plugged in the formulation software to get and it made the cut, like I mixed it together, you know, we mix it by weight, and it made the color that was on the screen. And I took off running to my mom lives 3 houses down, and I like took off running to her house to show her. I was so excited, and I was like, okay, we did it. It worked. So there was that element to it where it was, you know, a lot of work to if it wasn't going to work on the back end, but it does.
Absolutely. I can totally imagine. And so it's interesting that you talk about, you know, your role as a D2C player, you know, when cosmetics are a huge category. How are you trying to disrupt the category and, you know, kind of get attention when you are competing with major L'Oreal's and LVMH and all these other brands that have been around for a long time?
One thing I would say is that we're trying to reverse how and why women buy makeup. Why buy a lipstick that was a color decided on in a boardroom or in a lab, probably by some men. And then there's the marketing to sell it to you, and it may or may not be what you want or right for you. So how can we make everything that's in your makeup bag specific for you? And to that end, you know, we're developing complexion. You know, there's other things that we would like to do. But the other thing about how we operate, as opposed to those giant conglomerates, is we are very nimble. And because we can do one of a color, or we can do 2,000 of a color in 2 weeks, we're able to, like we were talking about, like speak to a moment really quickly and really nimbly in a way that I think those big cruise ships really can't.
Yeah,
steer the ship.
Really, it's truly, you know, lipstick on demand, and it's customization at scale, and that's what the technology enables us to do. We are a D2C business. We believe passionately in the online model, but we also very much believe, and this goes back to customization at scale, we also are so well positioned to either do retail partnerships or collaborations, which gives us a multi-channel approach, without huge inventory risk for anyone involved. So for instance, we can just as easily drop our customization engine, the She Speaker, into a retailer's website so that you could effectively be on, call it retailerx.com, make your She Spoke lipstick, check out in their integrated shopping cart, and then we fulfill the order. And it's still their universal shopping cart. We fulfill the order, and you have a consumer experience as Retailer X if you have a more engaged consumer on your site, because that very process is somebody, committing more minutes to your site. So we think that's very powerful, and that's certainly in the works. And then this notion of collaborations, last year we did a big collaboration with Juvederm and 15,000 tubes of lipsticks. The collaborations we can do are endless. And I think our only guardrails on that are, is it with a partnership that we think aligns within our brand values? But we were laughing the other day. One of our questions on our kind of community Proust questionnaire is, what's your favorite chip? And it's everyone's favorite question, and it's everyone's favorite question to read. And it's Cool Ranch Doritos, or somebody says chocolate chips, or whatever it may be. It's a really fun question. And so, we were laughing, like, could we do a Doritos orange? Those are kind of, but you see where I'm going with this, because we can just do things that, if they make sense for our brand, we can do them very quickly with a breadth of partners, I think is really something quite unique to what we do.
I love that.
That lane in the background?
Sorry about that, guys.
No problem. This is the world we live in, right? So tell me about lipstick trends. Obviously we're all on Zoom and we're wearing lipstick for that, but we're also on the streets wearing masks. So what has it been like, and what do you anticipate as we come out of lockdowns?
What we anticipate is kind of the roaring 20s of lipstick is what I'm looking forward to. As far as for masks, that's why we thought it was fun for lipstick. It's a very nourishing lip balm, so it's something that you can wear under your mask, and it's good for your lips. And so while you're getting your vaccine, you can be doing something good for your beauty routine as well. But the thing with trends, I'm kind of terrible about this, because I'm sort of like, whatever you want. You want to wear red lipstick in the dead of summer? Great. You want to wear there was a trend I just saw recently that for spring, it's a dark reds and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, why can't you wear dark reds whenever you want?
Oh, I took one already. So. You don't need to go? Sorry.
Nope. Sorry, guys. Do you mind? So active set here. So, but yeah, as far as trends, yeah, I don't know, Kelsey. I'm terrible with trends.
But people are still buying lipstick.
Yeah. Rebecca, because it is this element of beautytainment, it's escapism as beauty. It's not dressing up for a boy. It's like, ooh, this is fun. I created it myself. So I think, and as sort of curation as the new luxury, and curation and customization as, I see that as a major trend going forward.
Absolutely. So tell me about, you used to have a retail store. What outlet do you have for retail, and you merged to e-commerce? So how do you see that moving forward with, will you open another store? Does retail still have an important role, or are we just into the world of e-commerce, and particularly with something like cosmetics? Because I think of the traditional makeup counter experience. Well, that's obviously not going to be the same in a post-COVID world, but what are you guys thinking in terms of this cross-channel connection between retail and your online selling?
So I passionately believe in a combination of channels, whether it is retail, whether it is wholesale, whether it is online. And obviously we have been living in a very, very different 12 months that will change things going forward. But human behavior hasn't really changed, and maybe we spend a bit more time online versus what we were doing pre-COVID. But human nature, we like to be together, we like to be physically together, we like to touch and feel product, and we like to experience really exciting, well done retail environments. That hasn't changed for truly thousands of years, dating back to the bazaars. I believe, just like when the Roaring '20s come back, retail will have a very important moment, and retail that is executed right and is about entertainment is it will come back. It will come back. How consumers transact, and this was shifting pre-COVID, and of course this is nothing new. COVID is the digital experience, but how things got accelerated because of COVID. The consumer doesn't think in terms of channels; they think in terms of access, and they want to be able to access great product, whether it is discovering it in store, discovering it online, buying it in store, vice versa, or finding it in a multi-brand physical site. So I think it's really about, if we've learned probably anything from COVID, well, many things from COVID actually, but this notion of really having diversification, and that comes down to channel diversification as well. It's important.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes so much sense. What is it like to try on the lipsticks as you're talking about this? I'm imagining the retail environment, and then do you have some kind of app or AI way of looking at it when you're on the site and shopping? What does that look like?
So currently the AI is just good enough to be off-putting. It's not, I don't know if you've seen any of the other brands that do it at the stores, and it doesn't currently deliver a good enough representation that we wanted to incorporate that currently. Mm-hmm. Certainly it's the sort of thing where, in 6 months it could be a completely different game, and then we can just kind of throw it on there. The one or two people that we've gotten since November, I think I've remade 3 lipsticks total, where it was like, it wasn't that they didn't get what they expected. It was just once they got it, they were like, I wish it was a little bit more X. So then we just remake it for them. And then it's for us, it's an opportunity to have a touch point, a direct connection with a client, with our consumers, to engage with them. And then when they know that their needs are going to be met, then it's like, forget it. They're ours forever. So, so as far as trying it on, that will come down the road. When we do them in person, the process is inherently sanitary and sterile. So you are trying things on with like a disposable applicator, and then throwing that away and stuff like that. And that's definitely really fun because they can see, we call it a color journey. You can see where you're starting and where you end up. And it's wild to see how wide that journey can be. But yeah, we definitely are looking for that as soon as it becomes higher quality.
Sure, absolutely. That makes sense. Can you talk about how, as a brand that's so focused on the community, what role word of mouth marketing plays in, getting your word out?
Pretty big. Yeah. It certainly helps. I have this one sweet neighbor who, she's like, well, I have 4 birthdays coming up this month. And so I'm going to do, I'm going to get 4 gift cards but next month I have 6 birthdays. So I'm going to send 6 gift cards. And it's like, then that's just 10 people that, Joni introduced us to. So yeah, it certainly helps. And I think when people have an ownership over their color, and, my mom was at her book club and this woman was like, Phyllis, what is that lipstick? And she was like, oh, my daughter made it for me. And then the next day she went online and made a lipstick. So it's that sort of sense of ownership over your color that I think makes you want to talk about it. I'm just talking about my mom and my neighbor right now, but just in terms of the other makeup artists, I was saying, it's, you connect with it that much deeper.
You just gave me an idea, Rebecca. I need to gift my book club posse the Well Read collection. We named our Reds Well Read. They all need, my book club needs Well Read.
Needs your lipsticks. Yes. They're the
I
best
love
read
that. And it
lipsticks.
has such a
I love them.
community potential, particularly with book clubs, which, as you know, are so influential. And you tell your friend who's in your
all
book club,
sharing,
you
yeah.
recommend something.
And that was the thing that Kelsey touched on earlier about when we had the storefront, nobody came in by themselves. And when they came in with friends, they didn't want to sit with 3 different artisans. They wanted to sit together and watch what the other one made and go like back to back as opposed to side by side. And it was very funny. And we had one day where we had these 13-year-old twin girls who came in, they were on their spring break. And then the next day, and then later that day, it was a woman and her sister and her 99-year-old mother. So when people ask us what our demographic is, we say, you know, between 13 and 99.
I love that. Can you talk about the role of sustainability to your brand?
Absolutely. So our formulas are all clean. There's no reason for lipstick or complexion not to be. And like we mentioned before, in terms of sustainability, frequently in manufacturing, cosmetic manufacturing, you're dealing with labs that have kind of overwhelming minimum order quantities. So let's say you're Fenty Beauty and you've got 55 shades of foundation. If you've got, you know, thousands of distribution retailers, then doing a 50,000 run per shade is, you know, and then to send it all over the country, there's going to be a lot of those 55 shades that just get tossed in the landfill when they're not sold after a couple of years. So for us, because all of our manufacturing is sort of done a la minute, nothing goes to waste. And our packaging is very minimal. All of our, you know, paper products are, you know, like our recipe cards and things are recycled paper. It's just like the choices, if you make them from the get-go, they're not sacrifices. And because we have no inventory waste, there's nothing that's going to the landfill.
That's fantastic. So it's just built on this notion of building products without having this overflow that you have to throw away.
Yeah. However, if we have a collaboration and we do a pre-sale of it and we find out that we've sold 5,000, then we make 5,000, but then it's already kind of accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
And we're always happy if somebody wants to send us back their tube to refill that tube. But
that's great. Well, hi everyone. Sorry to cut you all off.
Hi,
I'm back. No, I think that I was just, you know, listening to what you were saying, Rebecca, about, you know, sustainability and environment when it comes to different beauty products and brands. And that's actually something I've been seeing a lot more on social media. It's kind of my friends or just influencers posting unnecessary packaging that they receive. Like, why is this one tube wrapped up in like 10 pieces of tissue paper?
Bag of sequins. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's funny you say that, because I definitely have been seeing that more and more. I think maybe as brands try to compensate for, you know, not being able to be in person right now. I don't know, maybe the at-home experience is part of that. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you all off. I don't know if there's anything you want to say to kind of close out, but I really, really enjoyed your session.
Thank you. Sorry I was late. We love talking about it. So thank you for having us.
And I was saying when Kelsey joined before that I had been checking out your website and I saw the new lipstick product. So I will be purchasing that this week.
Okay, great. And I hope you wear it and take a picture while you're getting your vaccine.
I definitely will. Definitely. Well, thank you both, Kelsey and Rebecca, for joining us and speaking about She Spoke. It's really great to hear kind of the origin story and all of the different people that, you know, are using your products. And thank you so much, Diana, of course, for moderating today.
Yeah, thank you, ladies.
Thank you, ladies.
Well, what an amazing way to close out today's Women in Marketing livecast. We hope everyone, all of our audience members enjoyed today's sessions, and please be sure to check out all of our upcoming live casts on this topic. So we hope that you will join Brand Innovators tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. Eastern for a summit on the convergence of TV and technology. We will be joined by leaders from Cadent, Mindshare, Horizon Media, ESPN, and many more. So thank you everyone for joining today, and we will see you all very soon.